All right.
Do much good for us. We got a long day.
You got that?
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, and as always, we start out with a word of prayer. Mr. Cox.
Yeah, let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to gather here today. We just thank you for the blessings that you provide for us. Thank you for our health. Just continue to watch over and keep all of our community safe. Be with those that are grieving loss or illness. Just touch them. We do ask a special blessing on the folks in Texas. Just ask that you provide for them and comfort them during this time. We don't understand it, but we just ask that you provide grace to them. Be with us, keep us safe, help us to make wise decisions today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Kim, if you would, the first.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, you want to check the quorum?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm glad, I wish you'd here today. So we'll go ahead and start with Ms. Bechtel.
Still here.
Still here? Okay. Ms. Cookenbook,
Present.
Mr. Cox,
Here.
Mr. Booth,
Here.
and Mr. Turner.
Here.
All right, everybody's here.
Can I ask you a technical question on this? I may be getting out of Robert's Rules of Order or something. There's 5 of us,
Yes, sir.
small room, everybody knows everybody else.
Uh-huh.
Is there any way you could just say quorum present? Can't do that. Gotta call it
Probably not, but I can check. I think it's important, my understanding is that it's important for the record to be able to have everyone say, just for the record, they're here. Kind of
Takes
silly.
time.
It does take time.
Yeah,
It does.
I mean, I could understand if we had 10-member board and 400 people waiting, you know,
Yes.
it's a little bit different, but
Yeah,
there's 5 of us, everybody knows everybody else. You can look around, if
Yep.
there's 5 heads up there that, you know.
well, the one shortcut you do utilize a little bit, I will say, is for when you come out of closed session, some of the other organizations that some of us are on the board, they all have to say, I so certify, as
Right.
opposed to just,
That's
so
what I got
saves
in the habit of
30
saying.
seconds.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Yeah, so, okay.
But thank
Yeah,
you.
I was thinking about that coming down the road, and I thought, you know,
Yep.
of course, I done took up that time running my mouth. Alrighty, so, next is the approval of our agenda. Does anybody have any additions or subtractions from it? Seems nobody does, so, we'll go ahead and, take a motion to approve the agenda.
Yeah, also move.
Okay,
Second.
okay. On the motion to approve the agenda as presented, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, that is approved. Approval of disbursements.
Alright, move down to the, has everybody had a chance to look them over?
Yep.
Where'd you, down the road, yeah. If nobody's got any questions or comments, yeah. It just popped in there. Floor is open for a motion to approve.
I move we approve the disbursements.
I'll second.
All right, on the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
excuse me, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We'll send those out.
Move down to approval of the minutes, and I think we got 2 sets of them.
There's actually 3.
3?
Um,
Oh, yeah.
I-
I see. 1, 2, 3. Anybody got any questions or corrections? Everybody
What
was
was
here.
the,
right?
I got,
Go ahead.
I see two of the minutes, where was, oh, there's the third one.
Yours may be,
And,
right
the
now,
third-
it's still downloading.
Yeah.
Yeah, to my, for you guys, the two were in there this morning early. I put the third one, but it was
May 29th one.
correct.
Oh, it's a short.
That was one.
You was here for all three of them?
No,
I
he was on the phone.
On the telephone for the
Oh, okay.
29th one, yeah.
All right, we'll take two of them and then take the 29th and separate.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the 29th.
That'd be good.
Second?
Okay. On the motion to approve the minutes from the 29th, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes,
All right,
so now I'll take a motion to approve the other two sets.
So moved.
Second?
all right.
Motion second, Calvin.
All right, on the motion to approve the two remaining sets of minutes, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes,
All right, thank you. Boy, that was, you guys are moving on, it's great, Mr. Chairman.
there you go.
As you'll see here, of course, you usually have Dr. Cromer come, but they have a leadership meeting this morning. And she said they didn't really have that much to add at this time, and it's in Gibson.
Well, we'll move down to Mark. He's got 3 extra minutes, so you can really lay it on us this morning.
Oh, that just makes me happy. Good morning, you all.
Good morning.
Morning.
Alright, I'll try to make this quick. We got 2 bids on the grading plan for the landfill. We had our, score with a 3-person committee, Miss Kim and Miss Jenny, and we had chosen Lumpson and Associates to be awarded with your approval. Total cost to do the grading plan, $34,000.
4. And what's the name of the company?
Lumpson's Associates.
Lumsden.
You,
MSDEN.
and they're excavators?
No, they're surveyors.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
Engineers
Yeah,
to do the grading plan.
okay, to do the plan.
Do the plan, and once we get the plan, finished and approved, then we'll, with your all's permission, we'll take it out to bid.
34 grand? 34,000?
Yes, ma'am. $34,000.
That was substantially less than the other bid.
It shocked me to be that,
How many acres are we talking about disturbing?
we're probably looking about, acre and a half.
Doesn't that seem a little steep? Does that include,
The next price was 64.7.
Yeah.
Does that include
Substantially
the
less.
DEQ,
That's-
dealing with the DEQ for the over acre of just land disturbance?
It's gonna have an erosion settlement plan.
yeah,
Hopefully
no,
we'll
34 grand.
stay out of the DEQ on this one.
Jeez. I mean, I appreciate Lumsden and Associates, they're one of the best in the business, don't get me wrong. But my goodness.
So, if I may, just because I have it here, Mark,
Yes,
they did break it down in separate, it's land, topographic survey, preliminary site design, and site development plan phase. The third is the higher of the charge, and they also broke down their charges, so.
Is there any way to kind of just look at that for a minute before I vote?
Got it?
Do they have any idea how long it take them to do that?
8,000
No.
for the survey.
I'll try to push
With
it.
their mess, yes. Yeah, 'cause man, we need that. We need to get that thing built. up
Oh,
and
yeah, I
running.
mean, there's
Yes.
no doubt we need it.
but we can push forward with it if you like before we get that done. I got something else to bring for you to help
Move it front, okay,
push it.
okay.
Utilities, grading,
How
landscape.
much do you think this whole thing's gonna cost?
You would have to ask that question. I wanna say, well, you know, this here at 38, and it's probably gonna cost around, gonna be a lot of stone coming in, stone's gotten more expensive. You probably, I'm gonna shoot the ballpark about 90,000 to get the grade done. So you're probably looking at this, what did I say, it was
34.
424 tipping house, another,
We already approved the tipping houses.
yes.
So we're talking about $100,000, I mean, just round it up.
Well, you probably look about 120, 130
For the complete
for a
project.
turnkey job.
Thank you, Mark. I don't know if anybody
You're
else
welcome.
wants to see it.
Anybody else?
No, I feel like once we get that tipping house, we get the weighing stuff, it'll pay for what we're putting into it.
I say it'll pay for itself within a
Year,
year.
year and a half,
Mhm.
yeah. As long as we can see that blue light at the end of the tunnel, it makes it easier to think about. You know, so.
If it don't work out, I'll leave in 3 years.
I have a feeling you'll leave in 3 years even
We
if it
might
does
do
work.
too.
3 years and 6 months.
How many days?
For sure,
I got that.
Hours and minutes, you can get a clock. You know, they got these retirement clocks now.
I'll start that on the last year.
People people do it like 5 years.
We'll have to put it on the
Okay.
screensaver.
Yeah.
The assistant solid waste management update. That's the sewer and water line, I do believe.
that was an action item, we're going to have to vote on that one.
Oh, my apologies.
Doing great, Mark, keep it going.
Or we can let him make his,
Yeah.
Can I, Mr. Chair, may I make a motion?
yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the grading plan bid as presented by Lumsden
Lumsden.
and Associates with
Yes.
appropriate signatures.
Second.
Any other discussion? Call roll.
On the motion to approve the grading plan bid from Lumsden and Associates as presented and appropriate signatures, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Booth, excuse me,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
okay, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Sherman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now you can.
Now I can go, okay, now back to what we was talking about. Y'all care if I walk?
You can walk, you can dance, whatever makes you
You're
happy.
gonna tell jokes too? Yeah.
Is that all the
Alright.
time?
To push us along quicker, with the grading plan, I reached out to Michael Short to go ahead and give me a price to go ahead and get the tipping house started. To go ahead and cut a ditch for water, electrical, and sewage. And then grade out that one spot, remove the cover, regrade the spot, send the water a different direction. And his price come out with all the conduit and labor at $13,000. So I'd like to ask your permission to approve that.
That sounds like cheap compared to
Yeah.
this paper for 34,000.
Ben just was using big machines.
At least we can see progress on this.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's estimated 340 feet of 3-inch sewer line, 200 feet of water line fittings. I may be able to get that cut a little bit. 2 outside water faucets and fittings. We got one that we're going to tie into. It's about this far off the ground.
Right.
We're going to get a taller one,
Gonna raise
There
it
you
up a
go.
little bit.
and then put one there at the tipping house.
The hydrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hydrant, yeah.
That way we'll have all that there within 10 feet of the tip of the house, so when they go to build, they can.
Yeah.
Slide it all together real quick.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I guess really,
I'll make a motion, we approve as presented.
Yeah, I'll second.
Alright. So, on the proposal to accept the, I guess technically bid or proposal,
Accept the proposal to start construction.
start construction and grading, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Sherman.
yes,
Alright, thank you.
Yeah, the next thing.
Yeah.
Gonna be a little tough for me to explain. Alright, so TRC is working on the grading plan to go out for bid for the West Convenience site.
Right.
Alright, now, it has come to my attention that, with DEQ, erosion and stormwater and so forth, yeah, not my favorite part of the game either.
No.
But they are working on, and I have a meeting scheduled 10 o'clock, talk to them, I can fill you in later if you want me to. But to build a clean water pond that cleans the water before it goes out, they're not giving me a price on that. I got a bad feeling it's gonna be more than what we can buy water credits for. So water credits, to purchase water credits is $22,024. I thought I wrote on top of the paper here somewhere, but I did not. $24,800. That's one-time thing, we buy credit from the credit bank. That will take care of it. I'm trying to get a price on the pond. Now, that's something we have to maintain, do a maintenance agreement that will keep it mowed. If the plant dies, we replace the plant. And then we get a water test, we have to dig it back out, we put some more sand and topsoil and so forth, and gravel, filter through. But the good news is, they have come back last night and said, there's a possibility, because the area above that, if you want to do anything with it later, we'll have to get a path through the convenience center to get to it. But if we can call it a green area, it will be no construction, it will be kept forest. We might get a great big savings on this. And we not have to, I mean, we'll still have to have a settlement basin and keep it up, but we may get by with very small amount of credits or none at all.
Okay. Sounds like the plan.
So,
I have I like the idea of having a green area, you know.
Mhm.
One question is, what if 10 years down the road, something come up or that we might have to use that? What happens then, or do you know it off the top?
well, don't really know 100% what I expected, and then we'd have to go in and buy credits.
No,
Yeah.
okay.
Or build a
And there may have to be an upgrade on the sediment pond or whatever you wanna call it.
Yes.
Okay,
No, I like the idea of keeping it green.
yeah,
Up
I
above.
do too.
Yep.
I do too.
And if there's any
solve
other
some other
properties
problems.
you may wanna,
Think about that.
if there's any other areas you think that we might add to it to cut that cost, we can work that out too.
Yeah.
No, we got, Justin's fishing pond, it's already covered, right?
I don't know, it's something we
That
should.
property, I think we did it back
Okay.
years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were doing stuff at the Commerce Park, I think,
Yeah.
but if not, it needs to be included. Cause I don't see that developing anything other than an open park and a
So
fishing pond.
you need an authorization to move forward on the plan?
No, I don't think so. I just need to get y'all some answers, get back with you.
Sounds good.
Okay. So we can strike that action item, right?
Yep.
Yeah, 'cause
Number three?
originally-
Mhm.
Yeah, originally we thought we'd have that answer, but, so
Mhm.
that's why it was set as an action item.
Okay.
We don't have it in time, so he has.
Sorry about that, they just don't try to get everything to me
Hey.
Friday,
But this may work out to our advantage, so
yes.
all good.
So the goal is to
Yeah, have fun with the DEQ this morning.
make it
Enjoy.
work the best we can.
Enjoy your visit.
Alright, and the last, unless y'all got something else to chew on, security of the courthouse and the admin building.
Mhm.
Well, we got a total cost for everything, $14,577.08. Break it
Not bad.
down. For the door alarm system and the sign that goes on the door like this,
Mhm.
for the courthouse is $1,114. Now, with the new door and the controlled buzzer to let people in here in this office, total cost is $6,058.95. That is from Security Lock and Key. They specialize in all this, so
Okay.
I chose to go with them. And then, with the signage, I've talked to, did y'all get this in your packet?
Mhm.
Okay. With Annie Finn, who has designed wording to go on all the doors that would be secured, locked
Alright.
from outside entry. And then Miss Jenny found us some furniture for the sheriff's department, a desk and chair, a little table with baskets where people empty their pockets and
Yeah.
slide across. And then Mr. Brian Craig got with the security people with the cameras and so forth. So it all comes down to a total package of $14,577.08.
You go back to the
Yes, sir.
furniture pictures.
Yeah, they're in here too.
I know you got the baskets. Is any of these drawers lockable on this desk?
Not that I can see.
Well,
They didn't want one, and I think they wanted cause Jenny and I corresponded with Chad. And I think they want a separate file, because that's just gonna sit there all the time, and they didn't wanna leave that desk, they just wanted something simple. And then I believe we'll
So
give
if
something
somebody walks
secondary.
in with a concealed carry,
Mhm.
they're just gonna tell them to leave, or can they leave the firearm with the officer?
Take it back
Most
to their
time,
vehicle.
vehicle.
Yeah,
Take it
so
back
you
to
have
the
to go,
vehicle.
yeah,
Well, I
anything.
was just asking, that's why I was wondering if it was unlockable. So they're on board with that.
They just wanted drawers
Okay.
to have paperwork or any, that would be necessary either for the person coming in or referral or something.
Well,
That, pens,
I
just.
understand that part, I
Yeah.
was just, the firearm part was,
You have to turn
they
around.
automatically send them out,
Mhm.
and they have to leave it in their vehicle.
Correct.
Even they got one of them there funny phones that, whatever they do.
May I ask a question about the signage for the courthouse building?
Yes,
Does
ma'am.
it need to have any other legal statements on it, or is that all covered for handicap access or anything else? And
That's, I would assume that's, everything's covered because we're using the only handicap accessible
Entrance,
entrance we
yeah.
have.
Cause the entrance will navigate the
Right.
back door, the back.
Yeah.
Right. And the signs for the front doors are large enough to be read without going up the stairs?
Well, no, and I'm glad you brought that up, I forgot, I did talk to Andy about making the sign at the sidewalk before you start up the steps.
Right.
Right.
So then the estimate for the signs will probably be higher, or the cost for the signs with the additional sign before the stairs.
Yes, but please know that the the desk, and the chair have already been purchased through, office supplies. So that kinda comes out a little bit, it's kind of a
Right, okay.
wash, it'll probably be around that with the additional sign. so it won't be more than what's presented.
I'm ready.
I think just so folks know, one of the big changes for the public is gonna be though, they won't be able to go in that side entrance
Right,
just over here,
right, yeah.
so.
The only entrance to the courthouse from now on, once all of this is instituted, is from the back parking lot entrance near dispatch.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
And what we're authorizing today is just the courthouse, correct? Or is that both?
That was both.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we approve the security plan as presented and authorize the acceptance of bid. Let's spend the money.
And
May I add one more thing?
Oh.
With this package,
you got one more
It's gonna
thing.
change, he got to one more thing,
He
remember that.
got you, he got you.
all the locked doors will be, the key, they will be rekeyed, and the sheriff's office will be the only one to have that key.
That's right.
Okay.
Everybody, employees and everybody comes through the other entrance.
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Right,
Everybody's gotta go through the main entrance.
and that'll happen here as well.
Yes. Because, well, we're still under the bank security, but.
Sure.
Well, I understand,
Yeah.
but eventually we'll get it down to where, once the bank's out, everybody comes in and out this door down here to the elevator.
Yes.
Period.
Until
No.
until we remodel and.
Well, yeah, we got,
Okay.
Yeah.
I know there'll be
Okay.
changes, but
Right,
that's the eventual goal,
yes, sir,
is everything funneled into the one.
yes, sir.
Well, here, if I might, it'll eventually be two. So it would be, most people will come through when we take over the whole building. What is currently the main entrance to the bank, and that's how
Right.
people, to your point, sir,
Right.
come upstairs, would be to go through that central part and
Right.
up. The elections folks will have their separate entrance, which is our current entrance, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
That didn't change my motion, so.
I'll second,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. I'll second.
Okay, on the motion to move forward with the courthouse security plan and expenditures as presented and appropriate expenditure of funds and signatures. Oh, okay, from where? Where are we getting the money?
Contingency,
Contingency,
Thank
okay, from contingency, thank you. Mr. Booth,
yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right.
Unless you got a.
I was gonna say, is
I'm
the
not
print,
gonna
is
know
the
about
press not working, Kim?
Alright, thank y'all.
You skipped past one,
I did,
unless you want me to do it later, the assistant solid waste manager update. You said it and then we distracted you.
yes, okay. We have, taken Mr. Woodstock, which is Michael.
Hoteling,
Yeah,
Hoteling, yeah.
Hopefully, okay.
Mike,
Mike, placed him as, second, we placed him under Cheryl as the assistant. And, so he's helped out a whole lot, made a lot of changes that we talked about last time. And we're still working forward to some changes and cut costs and.
Yep.
Make things work a little better.
Alright,
we have been,
And I got one more thing.
there you go. Wait till I can do get cranked up.
There you go. On the Willis Convenience Center,
Yes, sir.
who or when would they start cleaning the brush and stumps and stuff like
That
that?
would be up to the grading contractor once that's put out to bid.
Oh, okay, alright, cause people ask me, you know, the green box is gone, I keep telling them, well, as long as we got them 3 bears prowling around the neighborhood, they, you know, they gonna have to stay. And they said, well, what are y'all doing on the convenience center? You cut the timber now, what you gonna do? I said, it's working, it's in the works,
It's,
be patient.
say you got a bald-headed man working on that for you.
It takes time.
Yeah, I told him, I said, Rome wasn't built today, so, you know, we gotta
That's right.
take one step at a time, so.
Alright. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Keep up the good work.
Okay.
Thanks, Mark.
David?
Morning.
Morning.
Just a few little updates here from our maintenance. Well, it'll be a little bit of construction too. I'll start with that. We are making progress on Ridge, yes, on Reedsville. That's the 6-year plan project. While we're talking about 6-year plan projects, with the new resolution that was passed by the board with some additions, namely Firehouse as an addition. Sunny Ridge is top, but we're gonna go ahead and start on Firehouse because we've done all the work on that already as far as getting it prepped and everything. So that'll be the next one actually built. It won't affect, starting work with the construction money on Firehouse is not gonna affect anything above it in the plan because those projects take time to design and get through the environmental process. It doesn't take a lot of money for for that part of the project, but it does take a lot of time. So we've got a lot of construction money as a state. VDOT has a lot of construction money sitting, waiting to be put to use, and it's become a priority of the commissioner and the Secretary of Transportation to get that money out. It's not doing anybody any good sitting on an account in Richmond or whatever. So I mean, they're really pushing right down to the secondary unpaved road projects, because you get a lot of them through 90-something counties in Virginia. That's a lot of money. So they talked about that at the local assistance or local projects day that Ladina and Carla attended, and they got that message as well. Talked about, it's called the portfolio. It's just a group of projects that's ready to go. Which really wants it. It's everything from big interstate type projects right down to the road like Firehouse Road.
Right.
So they've got their eyes on anything that's in the plan that's ready to go, or even close to ready. They're advancing money, and so that's why we're ready to start going on Firehouse. We know we've got some landowner issues there. We'll work through those and get a good project that hopefully makes everybody happy. It will be a rural rustic road. You've passed the resolution, I believe, on that. So whatever's put out there, we'll get a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit at the highest. It could be a 25 once they do the speed study on it. So our house will be, I don't know, I don't have a timeline for that. I know they're really pushing to get that stuff spent. We're doing the last bit of design work on it right now, just to get it ready to go. I don't know if it'll get out this calendar year, or if it'll be early next year project. It just depends on how that goes. Whether it ends up being a contract project. State forces, it'll probably be a contract, just because we've got so much work to do with our maintenance guys to take them off some of that stuff. Just puts us a little further behind. We can't do a lot of that. And we do our crews on that, but we also use a hire equipment contractor for a lot of that stuff. We're in between hired equipment contractors right now. The last one expired, we're working on a new one, so that could affect whether we do it as a state force hired equipment project or put out the bid project. That's where we are in construction. For maintenance, we've been doing a lot of kind of our normal maintenance. We got through the last fiscal year only a little bit overspent. It's a relative term. The speaker's talking, whether it's a little bit or not. We spent a lot in maintenance because we had a lot of emergency type stuff that goes on.
Yeah.
For right now, that's kind of has to be within our budget. We're hoping to get reimbursed for some of the big storm kind of things. So we've been out machining roads. I won't go into all of them. Hauling a lot of stone. We have been getting some brush cleanup. I know that's it's lingering, but we have to just do a little bit at a time because we've all got a lot of other stuff to do. So we're trying to get the brush as soon as we can. We did do some brush cleanup on Connor Road, Daniels Run, Axe Mountain, Shooting Creek Rural, which is Lake Ridge. We did some there. We do have a project scheduled for this summer to get the turnaround built. We talked to Mr. Childers down there.
Good.
So it's coming. We're going to get a good turnaround right there so that we can do a lot of work. Even push the snow or whatever, and come back out without having to go all the way through. That's what really
Yeah.
slows us down a lot of that.
Absolutely.
That'd be good, thank you.
Seems like you drop off the side of a mountain.
Yeah, it's just not safe for some of our guys. Remind anybody else.
I mean,
Um,
just saying.
So yeah, and patching, we did get a lot of the roads out in the Indian Valley area patched. As well as in Waller's Bethlehem Church, patched Bankers Mill, Woods Gap. And then I think you are all probably aware of some paving projects we've been going on. We're glad those are done, except for the line painting, so that's all finished. We've got the primaries mowed and our contractors are working on the secondaries right now. They're mowing out the Indian Valley area yesterday, but more to do. That's all I've got.
Alright.
30 minutes.
Sure. Thank you for all the update. I know you're aware of all the issues throughout the county of potholes and everything else. Just to clarify, the firehouse to be paved under the rural rustic program, that means it's basically a pave in place. There's no widening or straightening or
There'll be some
significant
where we can get,
improvements.
where we can get the right of way. If we
And-
can't get donated right of way, we'll just stay within our 30 feet.
And then what does that do for future improvements to that section of road?
Once it's paved, it's no longer an unpaved road, and most of your money is unpaved road money.
Right.
So anything further that you would want to do after it's been paved would have to come from a separate fund. You've got two sources of funding in your secondary
Right.
LFE, which can be used on but it's not a lot. So there could be some spot improvements later on after it's paved.
Even paved under the rural rustic program,
Yeah.
but it's pretty limited.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is like really generally like the shot you get. It's kind of ironic. Yeah, once it's paved road, you can't use that money anymore.
Yeah,
No.
thank you.
Do it right first time. For my district, appreciate all that y'all been doing. I'll just go with the order of importance that I feel probably. Deer Run, if you could maybe check on that again. Last time we had made a comment about the brush.
Sure, yeah, so
Taking
we're
over.
gonna be doing that next, and I spoke to a resident after the meeting last time about Deer Run. I drove it
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, I got another phone call yesterday from a farmer, having a hard time hauling his equipment
Yeah.
and tractor, so if we could just try to check that. And then just with washouts, level bottom and diamond knob, I had some complaints about. But outside of that, I think that takes care of my district from all that I know about.
Alright.
Do want to thank you, please pass it on all the work that's been done, I know they patched on 730 and, you know, paving, they got done with it and I think they did a pretty good job.
Yeah, we're working on the shoulder stuff, cause that
That
was an
comes
issue.
next,
Yeah.
and then the painting. Just be sure that the contractors remember there's about 4 parking spaces we're doing away with on this stretch.
Right, and I'll get with you maybe a little bit later when that starts to come, make sure we get those
That's fine.
certain spots correct.
The only, well, Robertson Mill Road, and they did some patching on the Route 80 and I'd mentioned it needed some attention, I think, to Chris, but, it really, the other end of it where it intersects with Woods Gap, you've got a culvert in there that's stopped up and what is happening, all that water's coming down off Woods Gap and it's ponding up in the road there. And it's not going anywhere. And that end of Robertson Mill was probably the second road that we did under the old rural rustic program. I'm not sure it's ever been retopped, it's been patched a lot, but it's to the point where it needs retopping on that end, and if you ride out there, you'll figure out how far. Also, I had several complaints that, and they weren't complaining because forces opened the road, but a lot of them pushed the brush into the ditches and stuff, and they hadn't been gotten out. So now you've got water, that's interfering with the ditching, and just need somebody to go out there and look at that end of it and see what all needs to be done. And appreciate the work on Newtown and over on Needmore,
Yeah.
that.
I got a little bit more to do over there, you
Yeah,
do some
that
work
one
and then
on
you get a big
Newtown.
rain and then you really find out what the weather's.
See what that shoulder's
Yeah.
gonna do, but, it may still have to have some riprap on the other side, but,
And we did a little bit on at Fox Street, but there's some more to do
Yeah.
there too.
so, yeah, the Fox Street one, I haven't been back to it, but I know the citizen told me that y'all talked to him, and that y'all got a plan on that one to kinda help keep his basement dry. So, that's it, thank you.
Okay, I just wanna echo, part of what Levi mentioned about, the trees are now, I mean, they've grown so much and they're overhanging so much that farmers are having such a difficult time. 615 is another one. I mean, you'd think that after all the trees that came down on 615, we wouldn't have any problems, but, and I mean, we live in a rural county with lovely trees, and I get all of that, but when they start to impede the, flow of farm traffic on our rural roads, it can be a bit of a conundrum.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if
And
we
we're
can,
getting in our call from the last board supervisor about that.
right, I mean, it's just, having driven on 615 for 40 years, it's just amazing how big everything has gotten and how they overhang, and it can be a bit of a difficulty at times. I really appreciate the mowing that's being done. The contractor that you have is doing a fantastic job keeping the grass off the roadways for motorcyclists and such, which we have a lot of in Floyd County. Now that the weather has turned to sunshine, so I really appreciate the job they've been doing on that.
They're doing a good job, and we have a new contract monitor or full-time PDOT employee that does
Okay.
with them.
Yeah, so
They're doing it right,
it really is great. I mean, they came through, it was done before I could even leave to go out. I mean, they are on it, so I really appreciate that. I know that both Levi and I have talked with you offline, as it were, about Double Springs Road. It was brought back to my attention. I think that the ditching, there's just, I know we've gone round and around with ditching, and I know that you have to get approval for ditching, but I think that would help out a lot if we really looked at the ditch work that needs to be done, then you wouldn't have it washing out as much, culverts wouldn't wash out as much, and then, that problem would be solved. I know your hands are tied with that, but however you can untie them, that would be wonderful. And the next thing is, this is your district, Jerry, so I'm sorry to. The road that runs between Needmore and Route 8 has traditionally been and has further become a speedway lane. It is currently, no speed limit is posted on it, and people run 55 down that road, trying to get to Route 8 fast, around the curve at the Legacy plant, and it's become dangerous, and it has been dangerous for some time. So I would ask that either a speed study be done, tractor trailers are pulling out of H&V to head to Route 8. Tractor trailers are pulling off of Route 8 to head to H&V, and you've got people just zooming on down that road. So if that could be checked, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's surprising that there isn't one.
Yeah, there's no speed limit marked on that.
So close to town and everything.
Yeah, it needs to be,
Yeah, I'll get that.
yeah, please.
Replaced if there was one previous.
Well, yeah, if there was one, replace it. If not, I'd love to see,
I think there used to be some speed signs, but I think you, like the ones on Vaughn's Mill, people borrowed them.
right, yeah, hung them up on their man caves and, yeah. Their basements. Anyway, I would appreciate that. 35 would seem to be a nice speed for that road, to be honest with you. And again, tell all the men and women of your department they're doing a great job, and we really appreciate everything they're doing. I know it's hot work out there right
It is,
now.
yeah, so you've had-
And I will say that the paving job on Route 8 and 221. It has been good. I sent Chris something and I'm sure he'll share that with you, you know, the situation that developed in town with
Yeah.
the contractor, and hopefully we can get some
There's
resolution.
a process for stuff
Yes,
like that,
I
so,
figured
yeah.
as much. Thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
With all due respect to Linda, me and Jerry will disagree with some of the contract work that went on.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Some of the mowing
I
contract
got
work.
a bunch of calls at the house. I called Jerry, it's his
Must have
district.
been a different one.
He made some, you know, they was running over the road signs, chewing them up, and it was going out in a hard top, and cars was running over shreds of metal.
I talked to Chris, he's fully aware of the
Yeah.
whole thing.
And that was one thing I was going to bring up, that, you know, at one time they run a blower behind them mowers. And, you know, it'd be a good idea.
Or mow in the direction that kicks it over into the ditch instead of out in the road.
That's weird. Mine have been great. That's so strange.
But you gotta remember, there's more than one contractor.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, well, I think they named these contractors.
And I ran through some grass the other day that was on the roof.
Yeah.
5 an hour.
Yeah.
And, you know, like I say, I had a friend that laid a motorcycle down because of guys.
Yeah.
He's a EMS worker, and it took him 18 months to get back to where he could do his work, but, anyway, I appreciate everything y'all doing, but, gentleman up on, Manual Road, we met with him a couple of years ago. The way the grader cuts the road, if you don't do it right, it turns the water over, and he said for years they was doing it right, but apparently they got a new grader operator. And so he would like to meet with me and you one morning. And every morning this week I've got appointments. Next week, if I haven't forget to write something down, I'm open about all week.
Okay.
So any morning that's convenient, if you just give me a call.
I think I'm open at the beginning of the week.
Okay, Monday'd be
Monday,
great.
Tuesday, or Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Monday or fine.
Okay,
I'll give you a call or.
what time you want to meet?
He's ready.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably earlier the better, whenever you.
About 4:30.
I'm lazy. I don't go to bed till about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I get up about 7:30. So usually it takes me till about 9 before
Yeah,
I
that's fine.
get my eyes open. So
Yeah.
I'll put it in my day
You
planner.
just now got your eyes open. It's
Yeah, right.
9:15
It's 9:18.
Just barely. Of course, I get up at 6:30 this morning. I had my alarm set, so that helped out. But anyway, if you know, we'll get up there and talk to him.
Okay.
I'll call him and make sure he's available. You know, other than, you know, machining some of the roads where the water jumped the ditches and, you know, cut ditches in the road, you know. And like Linda said, some of these, well, like on my road especially, where the grass grows in the ditches, you know, and then when it rains, you don't have no place to go but
Yeah, it
the road.
slows it down a lot. Lots of stuff.
So, it's due to be machined, so if they would clean out the ditches, it'd be great. But y'all do a good job for the short number of people you got working. I was sitting here a while ago wondering how you remembered all these roads and what you've done to them. So, of course, you know, you've done it for years, you pretty well know them.
I know a lot of them, but then I have each superintendent make me a list.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I'm still old school. I got a lot of the names, but I still go by road numbers,
Yeah.
you know, and,
Which is tough in Floyd County because every number has like 3 different names.
Right.
Yeah. And sometimes the number changes,
Yeah.
as we were
Yeah.
discussing this morning.
Yeah.
I always told dispatcher when they gave me a call, giving the name and the road number.
Yeah.
That's the way I could
Yeah.
try to reprogram my
And if you were
Antique
close to the
computer.
same age, I'd say it was out there next to Bob's house and
Yeah.
you knew exactly where to
Yeah,
go.
people still look at me funny and I say, go down to Mangus's store. It
Yep.
burnt down 30 years ago. But anyway, we appreciate everything y'all do.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you,
I
sir.
have one question for you, I'll ask in the hallway.
More.
So now we get down to the part I've been
No
wanting to
one
hear
had
about.
done one more yet,
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're good.
Come on up.
Yeah, so we are very excited about this, and
Yeah,
I'll
I am
say
too.
just one thing and then let Kim introduce everybody.
This has
And I
been a
gotta
long-
give this whole crowd and Kim a ton of credit to getting this done. You know, getting this peer center together and everything has been an enormous effort and definitely a labor of love for a lot of people. And really, again, appreciate you all's kindness and foresight and making sure that the little bit of money that we got out of the settlement was focused in many ways on this. So, so happy that we're so close. And with that, I'll let Kim, introduce everyone and whatever else she would like to say. But wanted to make sure I thanked her and all these folks as well.
So, yeah, going off of, Linda, you know, it sets the foundation of it taking a team to make this happen, you know, and this team has been phenomenal. Like I said, you know, it came in, but they have set the foundation, put things in place, have passionately driven to what it is today and what they're gonna present right up to, and I know I gave you a small preview of the logo and the pamphlet. And that's this team, and that, you know, mostly driven, Melanie Atkins here, Leroy, Mr. Leroy Robbins, Jess Gomez, and Kayla Shelton. And Kayla and Jess will be the two peer recovery specialists who will be at and supporting our peer center with helping our citizens. So, ladies,
I'm gonna pick on you.
don't let them think
I'm
they're
not gonna be
nervous.
barking at you.
Here you go, Kayla.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Good morning. It is good to be here today. Before we begin our presentation, we would like to start off with introducing ourselves and explain what a peer is. A peer is someone with lived experience in mental health and/or substance use disorder who supports understanding and encouragement to others facing similar challenges. My name is Kayla Shelton, and I am employed through NRBCS. I am a certified peer recovery specialist. I was born and raised right here in Floyd County. So I am coming back to lend a helping hand to help others who are seeking recovery, guidance, or someone to talk to who understands. My lived experience is with both mental health and substance use disorder. For me, being a PRS means everything that I've been through wasn't for nothing. Helping people is my purpose.
Good morning, guys. My name is Jessia Gomez. I go by Jess, easier to remember. I'm also employed with NRBCS and very happy to be here today. A little about me, I'm a registered and certified peer recovery specialist. My own journey through mental health recovery showed me firsthand the power of peer support. So when I learned that my lived experience could help others, I jumped at the opportunity to become a PRS. This role aligns perfectly with my passion for guiding people toward hope, resilience, and lasting wellness.
Okay, so if you want to look over here, this is our presentation we have put together for everybody. We are excited to share with you the vision for the Floyd Peer Center titled Rooted in Recovery, which is designed to be a welcoming, resource-centered space grounded in hope, healing, and connection.
So moving along, our mission statement is the mission of Rooted in Recovery Floyd Peer Center is to foster a welcoming, inclusive space where individuals can grow, connect, gain resources, and thrive together. The center also strives to promote recovery and reduce stigma surrounding substance use and mental health issues within the community. So sorry. Gotta get used to this.
This is our first time, y'all. So we broke down everything about this logo so that you can actually see what went into it. The logo is designed, it is very intentional for the details of recovery. The softness and the balance evokes a calming, safe environment. The colors, turquoise is for healing, tan grounding, yellow optimism.
The roots symbolize a strong foundation, the buffalo, strength and community, the flowers, growth and hope, the mountains signify the climb and journey, and the sun, the rising of recovery. Okay. The tagline that we chose for Rooted in Recovery is Rooted in Connection, Growing in Recovery. This reflects our foundation in relationships and our commitment to growth.
So the possible visions, the center will focus on peer-driven programs, think recovery groups, creative workshops, community outreach, all designed to build trust and support healing. Future offerings, peer-led recovery meetings, Nights of Hope is the name that we came up for the story sharing nights. Beautifully, that sounds wonderful. Wellness workshops, mindfulness, art, journaling, etc.
And our next steps will be launching community awareness for open house, which is scheduled on July 21st of this year, as well as preparing for open house, scheduled August 4th of this year as well. Opening day, sorry. Alrighty. Very short presentation, so that's our conclusion, and we're happy to answer any questions that you all may have. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanna thank you both, being your first time, you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
I can breathe, I can breathe.
Excellent job, you can breathe, yes, you can breathe. What time on the 21st will, have you set a time yet?
Two to six.
I believe so.
2 to 6?
2 to 6,
Okay.
yes, is what we're thinking.
Alright, I just wanted to put that in my calendar.
To confirm that with you,
Yeah,
make sure it was conducive with, different, schedules, and then they already have a pamphlet ready to go out, but it's just making sure that you guys were
Was
good with
this-
that date.
no,
It's a
okay.
different, it's a flyer.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, yeah, I think, it's a Monday night, Monday afternoon, so yeah.
And there will
Good way
be,
to start the week off. I think that the logo, we had discussed this at our last meeting, the logo is absolutely phenomenal. I really, really like it. Hearing its explanation it makes it even more meaningful, and I think it really does connect to the community in ways that will not only bring folks to you that need this recovery center, but also those who want to give and want it to be a place that succeeds in our community, allies as it were, that want to support recovery. So I think you did a great job with that.
thank you.
And great job, thank you so much for all your work and your dedication to helping others. And I know you'll be working with the library, I know you're gonna have partners elsewhere throughout our community, so this is exactly what we envisioned when we had our meetings about what could we do with the money that we would receive, and this seems to be one of the best ways for us to help those in our community that need help.
We agree.
Absolutely.
Families as well, and that's what's it's a very inclusive peer recovery center. And that I think is what's so important and differentiates us, I think, a little bit from your normal situation, if there is a normal, cause everything is so different. So,
I believe. Sorry about that. I did silence my phone.
Mom life, that's what that is, we run on schedules.
Sorry.
I just wanna thank the whole community service crew, staff, for making this a reality. It started out with an idea here and it y'all made it work. And you touched on it. Yes, recovery is a big part of it, but it's support for the entire family, friends, neighbors, whatever, that's the part of it that I think makes it so unique. Because really, I mean, there's been some attempts at that, but this is really a big time attempt at it, and just thank y'all for all you've done.
You're welcome, thank you.
I think this is a real important step in our community. I have a long history in recovery situations, and I know that this can make a difference, and if it's just one family that you impact, it's well worth the investment, so thank you.
Thank you.
And I would just say, thank y'all, thank you to the whole group for all of your work that you've done on it. I think that it's great that it's probably the best gift you could ever give. Your life experiences that you've experienced and given back to try to help others. That's like what life is all about.
Yep.
So you should be commended for that just in itself. And then the other part that really stands out to me is that logo.
Yeah.
That's the second time I've sort of seen it and had it in detail to me, and I think each time I see it and have it in detail, it even is stronger. I mean, there are businesses and municipalities that put something like that out to bid for
Right.
consultants to try to develop and taglines. And I think that's the best thing I've ever seen. So I mean, that was the tagline, the logo. It all makes perfect sense, and I know a lot of thought went into that, but I think that is excellent. So
Thank you so much.
congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, I'll bark at you.
I might hide. I might go ahead and hide now.
I tell you, I told Jenny, I'm proud of you, and I know your daddy would be. You know, I really am. Three of us, I guess, knows your family. I don't know if they know who you are or not, but you've come a long way, and you can do a lot of good help for people. Old time preachers, you know, I appreciate the ones that go to seminary and teaches and learns the Bible, but the ones that live the life make you best preachers. Same way with recovery. You've had to live the life to make an impact. So you may not see it. I have people, I'm sure Levi does, because he's in law enforcement. I've been retired 15 years. I still have people, I'll see them and they'll say, "You locked me up one time." And I'm thinking, "Oh Lord, here it comes." And they said, "No, I appreciate it. You probably saved my life." I actually had a doctor one time, kept looking at my name. Finally said, "I had somebody in here a while ago talking about you." You know, it goes one of two ways. You know, and they said, "No, it was good." Said that one of my patients, I was talking about their lifestyle, what they've damaged their body doing. They said, "Well, if it hadn't been from Joe Terman, I'd probably be dead. Because he locked me up, but he didn't browbeat me. He talked to me and said, I decided I done messed up." And he said, "I quit doing a lot of stuff I was doing." So, you know, I have people that brings up stuff I done 40 years ago, you know. And over the years, this story gets told, everybody adds a little bit to it to them. I'm wondering, gosh, you know, what if I ain't under prison somewhere, you know. But you've got to get to the bottom before you really realize where you're at. Some people want to stay on the bottom and just lay there, others want to dig their way out. So I'm all for you. I've been wanting to see something like this for years, you know. So I'm tickled to death to see it, you know. So you keep up the good work. Don't let the naysayers change you, you know, because you're going to have them. And sometimes it comes from your own family.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But
Closest, yep.
ignore them. They deflected. They're jealous because you got the moral turpitude to move forward. And a little bit of you may rub off on them.
I'm praying.
Yeah, that's the key. Pray for it. Don't give up on it. So proud of you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. It means so much, you guys. Thank you.
Sorry I cried. I said I was going to cry.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
I thought about it.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, I get a little teary-eyed sometimes.
Does anybody, Leroy, or do you wanna say anything? You don't have to, but.
I would like to say something, if that's okay. I just really appreciate you all, just being willing to, cause we know it's sometimes the ugly look on, substance use disorder, mental health. Some folk don't know how to embrace it, and then we think about what the traffic is gonna look like, or we're setting our community up to bring in, the lowest of the low, but, that's, I think, what we need when we're in active use or in critical moments mentally is just somebody to say, you need a hug or
Yeah, we got you.
We got you.
Yeah.
That's right. This is what you all represent, saying like you willing to give us a hug and embrace and walk this journey with us instead of just lock us up. But that's what it was, yeah, we get it's not, we call it not arrested but rescued.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank y'all again.
Thank you, Leroy.
Yeah.
Thank you for your dedication too. You've been helping Floyd County for quite some time now, so thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your dedication.
We'll speak for the whole board. We're here for you. If you need us, reach out.
Hear that?
Thank you, yes.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Jeff, if I
Boss, you got
may,
something?
I just wanna also mention, we're already, Lisa's here representing support. We spoke, we talked about, referral sources as well as Department of Social Services, speaking with Chad. I spoke with Rebecca Duncan yesterday, who's the CPS supervisor, about resources, which we're all gonna put in Jess and Kayla's hands to, reach out and see how we can build from that and continue those relationships so we can help anybody who comes through that door in one way or another. So it's gonna take a community, and all these key figures are just gonna, I think this is gonna be paramount,
Yeah.
so, thank you.
May I speak for a second?
Yeah.
Hello, it's Lisa from the library. I just wanted to add that I've had the greatest pleasure working with the recovery court here in Floyd for about the last, I think it's like 4 years now. Time is moving quickly. But one thing I've learned is that the folks that are participants in recovery court, I get to see why they have successes. I get to see what is making them maybe take a step back. I also got to learn that holiday weekends are really hard on people in recovery. And so just not too long ago, I had a gentleman who I'd gotten a library card for him like 2 months ago. And he reached out and he was like, I know you're working with people in recovery, not like they are, but just in my own little way. Can I come and talk to you? And I said, come here now. And he needed help then. And we got it straightened out, but one of the things I did say to him is we're gonna have this amazing resource. And he literally leaned over the counter and grabbed my hand and said, when?
Oh.
And I said, not soon enough for you, but we're gonna take care of you. And our little community that works with the recovery court, Quinn Grafey, myself, several others have been there. He's gotten into Smart Recovery that meets at the library on Wednesdays. But just letting the people in our community know that this is coming and what it means to them, I can't even describe my joy at knowing that this has been supported by all of you, and thank you so much. And I always say it takes a village, and this is part of our village, so I thank you all so much. And you guys, you're amazing. Thank you for letting me speak.
Anyone else? Y'all welcome to stay, or you can leave, whichever one of y'all want to do.
There's work to be done. I know.
There is work to be done.
And I'll say
Thank
this,
y'all.
staff can take a little break
See you.
before we
Thank
start
you,
working
guys.
on mental health card.
Yeah.
This is a great thing. It's going to do a lot of good.
Yeah, it's been going on all along.
Alrighty,
Wow.
I just don't know the.
constitutional officers,
And look it, who's in the back?
Mr. B-Man, heck up.
He's not asleep, he's writing, it looked like he's taking a nap, but
He only
he.
thought he was 20 minutes early.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
Just a few things to grab here. We've got, some new deputies here that I guess will start the academy whenever they get going. It's supposed to start this week, but it's on a little bit of a delay. We've hired, or we're in the process, we think we've got our new civilian animal control, officer, hired that would take the position of Sarah West where she left us. The academy's kind of a weird in limbo thing right now, so it's, like I said, it's supposed to start this week. I think they're waiting on a few things, but maybe as late as August. Still in the process of our dispatch search. We do have some interviews coming up. Big things right now is, of course, prepping for Floyd Fest. Getting ready to start the new fiscal year. But also, I've got Chad with me here. So we noticed on, I think it was the last board meeting, daylight board meeting, there were some questions about the impound lot. So I brought Chad with me, so if there is still any questions, or actually what I'll do is I'll just have Chad come up and kind of explain what we're looking at. This has been kind of ongoing for, I don't know, I dare say 5, 6 years, 7 years.
Yeah.
So if that's all right, I'll have Chad talk about that a little bit, if y'all are interested in it. And then I'll come back with some more stuff.
Morning,
Morning.
how is everybody?
Good.
So during the last board meeting, it looked like there was a lot of questions about our impound lot. And I wanna see if maybe I can answer some of those. And I also brought pictures, so. In the past, throughout the years, we were able to utilize places like Bell's Garage or Terminates. They were a nice option for us when we were to seize a vehicle or tow a vehicle for evidence. We could keep them at those lots. Unfortunately, we don't have those, we don't have access to that anymore. So it leads us to the next best thing, which is the landfill. It's the only fenced option that we currently have at the moment. With that option, we fight, possible mice infestations and just unpredictable events from Mother Nature. So here is a picture of kind of the vehicles that are down there currently. There's 10 vehicles and 1 trailer in storage. So just so you know, like when we seize a vehicle for, say, a drug-related offense, that vehicle could stay at this location for up to 2 years, and that's just because of the court process. You have to be convicted of the criminal side before you can start the civil process.
Right.
So that's kind of what holds that up or prolongs that process. Now, with that said, a lot of times it's drug dealers will trade product for vehicles. Those vehicles may have open titles. So when we collect these vehicles or we seize them on a drug raid, they may go into storage for a number of years, and then we don't have a title for them, or the owner, the drug dealer that we have arrested, he won't claim ownership. So then we have to go through a process of abandoned vehicles. So that prolongs it even longer than 2 years a lot of times. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. So I know there was some question about how many we seize a year. That's really hard to say. I mean, one particular case, the last drug case that we worked, I bet we seized 15 vehicles. So, you know, it's really hard to predict how many we get per year. Yeah, I wish there was a number I could give you. As far as the size of the lot, I know I had written Joe a sketch. So to feel comfortable, you know, we would probably need a site that could accompany at least 20 vehicles. You know, we've got 10 down there now, so one case we could possibly fill up that lot, and I would just hate to see us, you know, build something and it not be the proper size. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's pretty much all I've got. Just, you know, there's just a lot of concern out there for the sheriff and myself about when we take somebody's vehicle, we're responsible for it. And we want to make sure that we get that back to them in the same shape that we took it. So, you know, out here in the grass or mice were to get in it, you know, there's just, we could be, you know, looking at some problems if that happens. And I'd just like to get ahead of that. So, that's all I got.
If I can interject.
Yeah.
You need a minimum of an acre,
Probably.
and I still believe that'd be sort of small.
Yeah.
But also, in addition to the lot, I don't know how it is now, I know how it used to be. You actually need a little building, because you get a lot of tools, a lot of stuff that can't be kept in the evidence room,
That's right.
that needs to be secured, it's got shelving in it where you can.
Yeah, I mean, you know, often, like, what if we seize a convertible and the top leaks? You know, that creates an issue. And there's a lot of things to think about with that. Yeah, that's a good point.
So, you know, I think we need to look at acre minimum, acre and a half or whatever.
Yeah.
And then let y'all design where you want the building, what you want the building for.
And when we first started looking at this a number of years ago, and there was some money that you guys had approved for us, you know, this was a 3-phase project. So the first phase was just to do a small amount of grading and put some gravel down at the landfill. And then later on, we were gonna, you know, build another fence to contain that area and then look at either blacktopping or concrete in that pad. So it wasn't a project that we initially wanted to do all at once. We were just kind of slowly moving into it. But again, we had options like Tommy Bell's garage that we could use at the time. Now, unfortunately, we don't have that.
It needs to be close to town too, because you don't wanna have to drive all the way across the county to bring something for court.
Well, that's right. Or, you know, somebody shows up to get their vehicle that, you know, we release back to them and they have to follow us 20 miles down the road, and that's probably not fair to them either.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming to bring this to our attention and talk about it a little bit more, because it was something that we got in a little bit of a discussion about last time. But in y'all's opinion, what, I guess the first step is real estate, but in y'all's opinion, you know, what do you think is out there that's a reasonable option that could be somewhere we could do this at? I know Jerry made a comment last time maybe about a location, but
You know, I think that would be an option. The only problem that we could run into there is the land disturbance. You know, are we gonna run into matters with DEQ? Is there gonna be problems there? And, you know, is the council gonna approve it for us to use?
Well, I was thinking along the lines, I know years ago, the council had agreed to donate that to the rec authority.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want it anymore, didn't have a use for it. And so I'm thinking along the lines, they either donate it or we purchase it. We have an entrance through our main gate, go out by the pound and have it secured where there's one way in, one way out. That helps protect the vehicles, but more importantly, if for some reason you have to go back and look for more additional evidence, you haven't had to access
Yeah.
See, that's the thing that concerns me about where it's at.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean, chain of custody is definitely an issue right
Yeah.
now.
right,
You know, if we were to run into something where it would need to be processed at a later date, we would just have to use evidence tape and put our initials on, you know, across the doors and a number of different things, and then try to find somewhere we could store it overnight.
right.
Yeah.
So is the, where the vehicles are currently located, is that real estate an option to do anything with, or is that
That would be
not
up to you, that would be up to you guys.
I mean, but in y'all's
Well,
opinion, is it a desirable
Yeah.
spot?
Yeah.
Well, another reason I'm thinking of the other side, takes DEQ out of the picture,
Well, that's probably good too.
you know?
Yep.
But
That
that's
one's been closed, it's,
There
That's
may be a
fine.
fair amount of grading, you know, involved in tree removal is the only thing.
well, the
That could get
EMS,
expensive
the
over
EMS
there.
part, I know an EMS guy, so.
But that's on that's the town, is that town property?
It's actually town property,
Yeah.
yes.
And y'all haven't spoke to said
We
anything?
we haven't reached out.
Now,
I just
and they may not be interested in disposing of it or using it.
But
I
it-
haven't approached them.
It does seem like maybe like a two-bay building,
Yeah, like a
concrete
30 by
pad or
30.
something. Yeah, something like that. would
Down
be
the road, it'd be
handy.
real nice to have a secured facility that if you did have to have something that you had to come back with a search warrant later, whatever the
yeah,
case may be,
Oh,
you
yeah.
could lock it down completely and know, physically have your chain of custody. But like Chad said, we're looking at phases. Trying to generate the funds, whether it's through carryover or capital improvement or whatever the case may be, just trying to get started to get it off the ground.
And there would be some grading, but that was graded out a long time ago for a fairly large field.
Yeah.
Recreation field, so it, I know you gotta get a road into it and I know all the other stuff, but maybe we could approach the town and just see if they're interested.
Well, there's another, if you're in the Commerce Park, I asked her, Dina, but she's been busy, we ain't had a chance to follow through it. I think it's 2.5 acres, or something like that. If the county could buy that, it would be ideal, be better security there than it would be at your landfill.
Yeah.
Because you got open terrain around it.
Well, the only problem I see with the town lot is we would need to put a fence up at the road or something at the road.
You
Because,
can kind of look right there.
well, if you wanted to lob something over there and take care of something, it
Yeah.
wouldn't be hard.
Yeah.
Well, over here in the industrial park, though, you got open area all the way around.
Right,
You got people in and out. It'd be easier to set cameras up,
and again, you get DEQ out of the picture. That's the only thing that bothers me about that, the landfill, is the DEQ part. Having to deal with them.
Yeah.
I try to look at it from a defense attorney's point of view. Sometimes you can need holes in way something's stored.
Oh, yeah.
You work it,
Yeah.
and you need something where that, when they look at it, they can say, well, it's about as secure as you can get it.
That's right.
Yeah, I can remember a few cases that went belly up when they
Right.
used to have the evidence room down next to the sandlot equipment.
Mhm.
Lots changed since
Bring
then.
some of that smokable stuff in there and it's sticking out of the cages.
We could probably tell you horror stories on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That might have been before you was born, but.
Anybody else got any more questions?
No.
Thank y'all for your time.
Here's your,
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan.
Chad,
I think that's for.
oh, that's for us.
One more thing I had here, I want to talk a little bit about animal control. So,
Please.
of course, when I took over as sheriff, one of the things that we tried to do was get a rank structure to give some potential promotions in here, and where these men and women have multiple people that they're in charge of on these shifts. They've got to answer questions for their subordinates, things like that. County was gracious enough to help us out here, and I think it's made a huge improvement there. So one of the things I've looked at is with animal control, we do not have a sergeant stipend there.
and that's what I'm approaching you about, is that potential of the sergeant stipend. To give you just a quick brief on what they do down there at Animal Control is, of course, as you know, I mean, we rely on them for everything when it comes to our animals here in the county. Yes, we know they're only supposed to, deal with the animals and maybe some horse and cattle problems, things like that, but they call for everything, whether it's raccoons, cats, whatever. And so it changes a lot of things. But currently, the way we're set up there is we have an individual who's in charge of a civilian, and then also another deputy. They kind of guide them on what to do. Not only that, through the years that we've had animal control, we've continued to try to send other deputies to animal control school. That way we just don't have the two. I think we currently have 4 certified? 4 certified in animal control. You got Dale, so there's 5. 2 just went. 4. 5, at least 5 people certified in animal control. Yes, we only have 2 slots for it. But our idea was with that is, when they're not available, they're not around, we're hoping that the regular road officers could also handle some of the animal control calls that we have on Saturdays or whatever the case may be, Sundays or when the ACO is not working at the time, to try to lessen that burden of call-outs. That's worked real well. We currently host a lot of events, whether it's adoption events, shot clinics. The ACO unit currently goes out and looks for funding for shot clinics that they're able to give away. Quite a few rabies vaccinations, different things like that. They've done real well. This is all things that animal control does that I don't do. I leave it on them to go forward. Not only that, they have their own Facebook page that they run. They deal with some complaints. Sometimes they can't finish that complaint, so it comes up to me. So that's what I'm looking at is, in all reality, I think there needs to be an established person down there at animal control that's in charge of these individuals that can delegate these things and make sure that all these things are currently happening like they are. And I would appreciate them being able to be paid to do what they're doing now. The stipend for sergeants is $1,700. I'm not asking for additional funding. I think $1,700 could easily come from within that animal control budget currently, hoping nothing major happens. But the reason why I come and I ask you, because this is a continuation. This isn't something that I need $1,700 this year and then next fiscal year I don't need it. This is 3% raise, 1% raise, a bonus. All that will be attached on it, so it will affect the bottom line on it. But I think with that being said, it would be very easy for me to pull $1,700 technically out of 25's fiscal year and then bring it over, because I think Sarah was gone for 3 or 4 months, which would easily cover that $1,700. But like I said, the reason why I'm here, the reason why I'm asking is because it's a continuation thing. If we need to reduce it in one area, the budget in one area, pull $1,700 out of a line and stick it in whatever individual selected for their wage, that I think that's a possibility that we can easily do. But that's what I'm here approaching is, I feel that we do need, some type of structure over there and have it continually go.
I think that's in your purview. I'm grateful you came forward
Yeah.
with the idea and whatever, but how you move money around within your budget, that's,
Well, and I appreciate that, but like I said, the reason why I definitely wanted to make sure was this is something that,
It's a long-term
it's a long-term, thank you, it's a long-term investment.
I
in these men and
understand
women.
that, and a future board may need to individually address that
Right.
amount of money. But, as far as you moving around it within the confines of your budget, that's your,
And I'll put this out there, when, before I took over, we had 2 promotions and that was it. We had no sergeants know anything. The board graciously allowed, with our retention fund, with the sergeants, things like that. And we were losing folks to other departments probably every year and a half. And I think since me and Chad have been in, we have now lost in 9 years 3 people to other departments, and that's it. So should be on average about 8-9 folks that have left to go to other departments. We're looking at 3. So I think the investment that this county has done.
Was that
That's
just
worked
this
out.
year?
What's that?
Was that just this year?
We lost 1 this year to Montgomery County, which they have once again raised their bar, so competing with them is gonna be hard. We lost one to a job with the Virginia State Parks, which if I'd have known about it, I'd have probably applied. Because he now lives on a lake in a cabin and is in charge at, it's a Hungry Mother. And just,
Nice.
you know, I mean, it's just one of those dream jobs,
Yeah.
his
Poor
family.
fella,
And it's moved him right next to his in-laws, and they have a new child. And the other one went to the state police and left the state police within probably a year.
I do have one more thing, you touched on it.
There's yours.
I haven't quit, so.
Fourth one.
Could you explain for us and the people listening your animal control policy as far as rabid animals? Because I have had some complaints that,
What do you mean on rabid animals?
well, people have called, they've had a rabid animal in the backyard and they've been told that our animal control, your animal control do not respond to those kind of calls.
Well, I mean, I would have to talk to that individual first, and then I need to talk to Chase, who's actually out on medical leave right now, to see what the specific policy is. For me to quote animal control policy, I just can't do it.
Well, I guess the bottom line is, does animal control respond to a rabid animal call?
Like a fox.
I know in paperwork that I've seen, if it gets into an entanglement with a domesticated animal or a human, yes, I know they respond to that because I've seen that paperwork.
Right, but I'm just talking about a citizen that contacted that appears to be a rabid animal in their backyard.
Once again, I'd have to defer to the animal control agent who's out on medical leave.
At one time, they used to be more game department, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
People's always got animal control mixed up with game department. They always say, well, call the game warden, or call animal control.
Yeah, I mean, animal control is more so for domesticated animals.
I tell them, if it's got,
At one time, that was more of a game call.
if it's got fur, scales, and feathers, it belongs to the game department. If it's
Right.
domesticated, it belongs to animal control.
Right.
And even though if they call the game department, they refer them to the local animal
Yeah.
control.
Like I said,
You can understand the frustration.
no, I do, but I hope you also understand that I'm not gonna quote that policy because I just don't know it. I need to talk with Chase to see what it is, and I need to figure out what the game department does or doesn't do. But like I said, I know I have seen reports where we have responded when there has been contact between
This is,
domesticated
this
animals
is from
or
the
humans.
standpoint of trying to prevent that contact.
Right.
And so just, if you could get
Yeah,
back,
yeah, hopefully I could find out within the next hour and let you know back.
if you could let us know what the department policy is on that. And then I can explain it to these people.
Right, okay.
Because they're rather confused at the moment. Because everybody's saying call somebody else. All they did know, they were told that if the animal does die in their backyard and they think it was rabid, to call the health department. They did get that, but
Lots of times they say that unless it is bit one of your animals in person, just bury it. Quit.
I was just gonna say, no, I appreciate you bringing that to our attention about the stipend. Taking the due diligence to look through your budget, just to see if you can cover it now, but to give us a heads up in the future, that we may need to, we may see that forthcoming in the future, that would be added into your budget, so I appreciate you taking that step to do that, and
Like I said,
work to take care of your people.
With Sarah being gone for 3-4 months, of wages, that would cover this year, but once again, or this coming year with the carryover, but
Yeah.
once again, it's a continuation, it's investment, so just wanna make sure.
My next question was, where do we stand with that position that we approved for the code enforcement in our budget? Where does that stand right now in relations to sheriff's office and what we approved?
I believe Linda was managing that, but we had to wait till this fiscal year
Right, July
because,
1st.
it be appropriated. But that's, she was looking into how she's gonna move forward with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think,
Have y'all
It's still
have y'all had any discussions on any of that yet?
that was something I wanted, that you to sit
We
down with
approve.
us and give us guidance on what kind of training they would need. Their limit, like, if they had a green box, you don't chase somebody
we
else.
approve that.
I'll reach out to some other,
Yeah, we
We're not
approved
code
the funds.
so I don't know.
Yeah, we
Actually,
approved the
I'll send
funds.
you what, cause
Yeah.
I did a bunch of research, so
Okay.
I'll kind of send you those
Okay.
packages, so you have something to
Perfect.
gauge, and then when you have conversation, you'll have more.
Okay.
It helped me, so.
Yes, we
That's okay,
we
if you like
approved
that.
it. And I
We
think it should
approved
be under your guidance.
as of right now, it was approved under Mark's budget in his department. So,
We can figure all that out.
absolutely, yeah, and if after conversation, if we have to reappropriate it, or if it makes more sense, then that's easy.
Well, speaking of that, still using the jail crew to clean up the bear
Yeah.
debacle with the green boxes, so, I can't thank our jail crew, Gerald Dobbins and them at the New River Valley Jail, doing their best to keep this county as clean as they can when we can snatch them up.
I've got a question on, you brought up the training academy and all that. Where's Southwest at? Is that the one in,
Where's Southwest at?
Southwest Training?
Martinsville.
So Piedmont is Martinsville.
Right.
What's Bristol? Southwest, I think.
That's what I was thinking. Well, so if they go that route, and you have to send officers up there,
Yeah, if
That's
the
gonna
academy
be-
goes belly up,
yeah,
because people are pulling out right now, and if the
Really?
academy goes belly, we'll have to, you'd have to look at Cardinal, Piedmont, or Bristol. And the problem with Bristol is you have to stay there.
that's what I was getting at. So
So
that would really
it's
mess
like
y'all's
Cardinal.
budget
Is
up, right?
is Cardinal like that too?
No, but I said it looks like it might be Cardinal.
But I hope not.
Where's Cardinal?
Salem.
Cardinal's in Roanoke.
Yeah, Salem.
Salem.
No.
That's where I went. Yeah.
I've been there too, and I just soon stay overnight in Bristol, but
Yeah.
that's gonna kill
Well, they got a
you.
new director.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're hoping our academy to stay up. Just it's under new management now, and we're just hoping a few more people will stick it out, and the building is what has them in a crisis. Many years ago, long before me, they signed a loan which turned out to is really biting them. So and they can't get out of the building. So
Mm.
they're hoping Pulaski may buy the building, but I don't know where that's at.
If they could find, well, I don't know if you ever went to Bell Springs or not.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Anything like that, and of course they
Then the
had
one down at
one
Dublin,
in Draper till
Draper,
the tornado got it.
yeah. But you still have to do some remodeling to get one of them up to par, but it's hard to put a bunch of adults in elementary school.
It is. That was interesting. And of course prepping for Floyd Fest. Other than that,
Okay.
that's about it. Anybody got
Good
anything?
work.
Thanks for getting it all under control.
Yeah.
Herding cats.
Are you sweating our pets around the neighborhood like I am?
We've had a whole lot of bears.
They've been on my porch, been on the back of my truck.
You just keep them down there and keep them away from my honeybees.
Yeah, that's what's worried me. I got two hanging around on the farm.
Got that mama and a cub, and I know there's a big male. And that's what sent my dog to the hospital for $1,000.
Yeah.
Last year during Floyd Fest.
Mm.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you.
That's one that needs to know in particular.
Okay. Alright, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Have a
thank
good one.
you.
With that, we'll move up to our public comment period. It is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap or conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. So with that, if you wish to speak, come to the podium, state your name, the district, and remember your comments, 4 minutes.
Mr. Chip Camp from Little River District.
Good morning, nice to see y'all again. I am Chip Camp, I'm from Sandy Flats Road in Little River District. And I'm gonna continue what I started last month and probably will have to continue next month to get through this. So I hope you're patient with me. One of the things I would like to say is that it would be, and I know I can't request this, but it would be beneficial if David Clark was able to stick around, that I could address some of the issues with him. I was given his email address and I appreciate that, but face to face would make a whole lot more impact with me and him in terms of what I would want to discuss. Again, I don't know if I can request that, obviously not part of the board, but, so to continue, this is in reference to this Rural Rustic Road Program Manual, which I was generously given by the board, and I appreciate that. So one of the things that is discussed is the fact that, according to this program, it says fundamentally the rural rustic road concept is the paving of an existing unpaved road with compacted or impervious surface and reestablishment of existing associated ditches, et cetera, et cetera. It goes through. There's 2 points I'd like to bring up here. One of which is that in all the years that I've been on Sandy Flats Road, I have never seen a piece of compaction equipment ever. They don't exist. They don't. What has happened is, and this just occurred very recently, is they come through with motor grader and they scuff up what little gravel is there, and the rest of it is dirt, and especially as it's dry, it's now dust. And they also pop up these boulders, and I say boulders, they're cobbles in terms of a geotechnical term, they're cobbles, the size of a softball. They cuff those up, leave them in the road, and now there's a hazard. So anyway, the bottom line is, there is no compaction. They don't bring gravel in, there is no compaction. The only compaction is the wheels on the motor grader, which is nothing. A smooth drum vibratory roller is typically required when you're putting roads in. Doesn't exist, never existed on that road since I've been there. The second thing is that it says it needs to be an impervious surface. Impervious basically means that it will not allow fluid to flow through it. Those roads act as a sponge. They soak the water up. They don't shed the water off. So I don't know how the DOT says they're going to live by this particular document when they don't follow it. In the 31 seconds I have left, I respectfully request the board to either challenge the DOT to say, listen, this is your document, please live up to it. One other thing I'd like to throw out real quick in the last 10 seconds is I hope y'all did something with the millings from the repave job, because those are really valuable resources that can be reused on Sandy Flats or as a base on another road. I apologize I ran over, but I hope those millings were used somehow, because they are a great resource as a base. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll be back.
That's the end of the list,
Yes, sir.
so I closed the public comment. I would like to say on those millings, we have no control over them. I don't know what they do with them. And I've actually brought that up, that on some of these side roads, they would be ideal,
Oh, absolutely.
you know. with
That's-
Well, there's a pile of them on
Yeah,
Slusher's store.
I mean, there's no sense just wasting them.
no,
I don't think they waste them, but it's not up to us.
Mr. Camp, I would suggest that you email David Clark and see if you can get an appointment time to meet with him.
Yeah, he'll meet with you.
Or call.
What I was gonna say, call the Christiansburg office, ask, the lady will do it, tell her what you're after, you'd like to talk to Mr. Clark, and set up, and either if he's not available, leave him a message if you would like to set up a meeting with him.
He will,
I know he
meet with
has
you.
met with citizens
Mhm.
before, it's just, sometimes it's a little odd trying to get the hookup, but.
he'll come out and ride the road with you.
And there was nothing stopping you at the time when he left to just
Go out.
kind of grab him in the hallway. I mean,
Sometimes
not
he's-
literally.
Sometimes he
Yeah.
gets here 10 or 15 minutes early too.
You know,
Yeah.
he doesn't, I'm a citizen of the state, he is a state employee.
We don't control him though, any more than you do, and he's very happy to talk to you.
Yeah.
He really, really is.
He is.
always been
Yeah.
very,
He's super
Very
great to work with.
How long have you lived out on Sandy Flats now?
5 years.
5? I know.
It's frustrating,
Yeah.
but I got more.
Okay,
Alright, we'll go down.
thank you.
Oh,
Good
Bill.
to see you, Chip.
You too.
Enhanced services duty benefits corrected. Somebody made
It wasn't us or you,
it.
but the state did,
Right, yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Great.
With that, maybe I'll give an intro and Kim can give you more details or answer questions, but as you all know, you graciously approved for including EMS in that particular benefit. And we got an estimate for the cost and of course how that had to be applied to everyone that qualifies for that. And the short version is they came back and said, we made a mistake and here's your new number, which is higher. Kim-
13 to 15, is that?
So, and
A little more than
Kim's talked to them, I've put in a call to them and they have not returned my calls. So they don't wanna talk about it anymore, but, so with that, you'll see in there some explanation, and of course Kim is, since this is definitely her lane, is very familiar with this. And Kim's explained to them, and I left in my voicemail that this kind of leaves you all in a challenging position because of course you all passed your budget and made your allocations and everything and made your decisions based on the initial numbers, and for them to come back and, you know, I will at least say to the credit of some of the other organizations we've dealt with that have made an error.
Yeah.
They've come back and said, well, we'll kind of split it with you and try to work with you. These folks, VRS has not. Okay, continue.
They actually reached out to us, Andrew Fagan, had great correspondence back and forth. And bottom line, when they did the study, and this was through the Virginia Retirement System, that's who's doing the study. When they did the study, they neglected to include our current law enforcement, our sheriff's department in the entire study. So the numbers that were presented only reflected the requested change for EMS only. It did not include, which it should have, EMS and the sheriff's combined. Therefore, the dollar amount changes. The original document was $108,000, which you guys graciously said, yay, you know, Justin was here. When they redid the study, he was very humble, very apologetic. I made sure to say, I think my words were, "You're killing me." But offered to come here, offered to conversate if anybody wants to. There is a letter, that letter does show and explain that it was their error. But bottom line, it changes it from $108,000 to $157,000 annually, or a difference of $49,000 of what you originally approved. So we would have to do it, both are in there, the letter, but also the resolution. It negates the last resolution driven by VRS, that's their document, and it has to be notarized. So if that is something that you'd like to move forward with, I tried, I went back and forth, tried to spread it out, do all that, but that's just not a VRS option.
Alright, so we need to rescind the previous action,
Correct.
then take up the new,
And who did the previous action?
I think it was unanimous, so any of
It
us
was.
can.
It wasn't
Yeah.
unanimous.
I'd make a motion this time we rescind the previous action on the enhanced hazardous duty benefits.
Second.
All right, on the motion to rescind the previous vote related to the extension of enhanced hazard duty benefits, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
excuse me, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, it is rescinded.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt this new corrected enhanced hazardous duty benefits resolution with the adjustments to the costs and estimates and approve appropriate signatures.
And authorize taking that money out of contingency.
Yes.
That's what I was
Yes,
gonna
please.
ask you where it come from.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Have a discussion.
Yeah, I was gonna,
Yeah, I mean, we're here where we are on this, but like, it's only July 8th, and I feel like we've said the word taken from contingency quite a bit 7 days into this fiscal year, but is there a possibility that we could delay the transfer station with that $34,000 thing that we just approved? Delay that until try to incorporate that into the budget next year, and then to cover this with, I mean, we were paying for that bid and all that type of stuff with the transfer station from contingency, right? Cause that was not planned in the budget.
Mhm.
So could we put that on hold for this budget year to then cover this 49,000? So we're not eating up so much in contingency 7 days when the fiscal year started. That's just my,
I believe we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot if we put off the transfer station right now, cause with the tire situation, we need to get that scale house up and running. That's just my, I agree with what
yeah,
you're
I'm just
saying, but
bringing it up, I mean,
well, the tipping station is, the tipping work, he's already got Mr. Short going in and doing some work on.
It's the
I think
second
the
part.
grading,
Correct.
yeah, the
Second
grading, the
project.
grading part is, just making it easier for trucks to come in and out, the ingress, egress, that whole situation. My feeling on it, Levi, is that, I was kind of blown away at $34,000. I don't know that if we put it off a year, if we're not looking at $44,000
Or more.
or more in another year. It's just one of those things. Now, we have ways to move more money into contingency if we need it, but that's kind of what contingency is. We have our budget stabilization. Can we have the exact figures of what we've got right now in contingency?
Yeah, if you give me a moment, I can get that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I have to just reflect on the last.
Yeah, that would be great. I feel that same way. I just find that that VRS you know, he could apologize, he can be nice on the telephone, but that just seems to be that was a grave error on their part.
He said he's been there quite a long time, I can give you how many years, and this is only the second time that he's ever seen anything like this.
Yeah, I mean, but that doesn't, I mean,
I'm not excusing it, I'm
Yeah,
just
it
giving you my
doesn't-
conversation.
I just find I'm sort of incredulous by the mistake that was made, it just seems bizarre.
No cliche it, sorry, don't feed the bulldog.
Yeah, seriously.
We had moved that Parks requested position into contingency, right?
Yes.
So I mean, can we just say that that's what this is used for then?
I mean, yeah, I don't know that we fully supported the third position.
Well, that's what
at
I'm
this point.
saying, we just,
Yeah.
but to get the budget approved, we just took that and moved it over to
Right.
contingency, and then, you know, we would say, okay, well, that conversation's not gonna be coming back up again this year, and that money that we moved to contingency would be to supply this
I missed
VRS.
what third position?
for Parks and Rec.
There was the
the
request
budget
for 3
request.
full-time positions in Parks and Rec, and then the discussion was to take out the third, take that annual salary and put that in contingency at this time.
Correct.
Well, if,
And that's how we passed the budget.
right, but I look at it a little differently. If we had, and the majority had agreed we weren't raising taxes, we might have went through and looked and found a different place to cut. But had we had these numbers at the time, contingency would have been less to begin with.
Right,
We would have shifted over to this.
this is
So-
true.
So I understand your concern and I'm not downplaying it, but from where I'm looking at, one way or the other, it
We
would have
gotta
been, it would have been, because I was willing to move forward on it really at pretty much whatever it costs because of our situation with EMS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree, the thing that just concerns me is we're 7 days into the fiscal year and we've already had,
Yeah,
you know, what's gonna come up in December, January.
Well, that's the thing, we
When
don't
somebody else
know.
makes a mistake and tells us they miscalculated something.
And it may be,
Except during the summer.
well, how much carry, we
It's
had,
on the-
we had.
We don't really have any control over
We
this.
had right much carryover from,
I'm sorry?
we had right much carryover from last year to this year in
Mhm.
contingency.
Correct.
That's one reason that it's as large as it is,
Correct.
so,
Plus we dropped it an additional 156,000, that was
I was
from the
thinking
school,
around, yeah,
143, excuse me.
yes.
What'd you say was in contingency?
I'm looking it up right now, I'm
She's
sorry.
looking it up
I'm
right
sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
so I mean, I understand, the point about the grading, doing all the work, the study work of 34,000. I think if we leave that, we get that done, that doesn't mean we go ahead, Levi, on the whole kit and caboodle right now. If we can get the tipping shed up and done, hooked up to water and sewer, that gives us that, and we can still exist with the way the setup is now. If it appears that we are able to move forward with that, then we do.
And another point too, we always estimate our revenue lower
Right,
and our expenses higher, so
Right.
I'm not trying to spend it all right now, but there is a cushion in that as well.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, I'm comfortable moving it out of contingency period, but
yeah, I think that's our
Well, I mean, I definitely support the
hazard.
program. But I just wanna make sure we're okay on that contingency for the next 300 57 days or something.
I
We
think
don't
will.
spend it all in the first 30 days,
I think we will be.
but
Alright,
It's up over 500,000. It's up over 500,000.
yeah, I think we're.
still above 500. Okay.
Okay.
And I can give you an exact number, just let me.
Okay.
Okay.
It sort of takes a little pain
And
out
that,
of
that's
it.
including,
Well, I feel better since we talked
that's
about it.
including
Yeah.
the increase, today, the
That's what we're supposed to
rescinding
do.
and adding, in addition to Mark's presentation.
Right.
I just find this VRS mistake to be just unconscionable. I'm just going on record.
Oh, it is.
You could put that in the public record, please.
Probably for all of us.
Yeah. The board agrees, their mistake was unconscionable.
And their lack of attempts to make it right.
Right. Yeah, it's not like the VRS is going broke
I
anytime.
guarantee it'd be a lot different if it'd been on our side.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Unconscious influence, is that the word?
Unconscionable.
Unconscionable.
We need a, well, that was the discussion
Yeah,
part, we're gonna
We
get
got a
ready to vote.
motion in a second.
Yep.
So any other discussion?
Nope.
Call
Jerry.
roll.
All right, on the motion, make sure I did the right one, to adopt a new resolution,
Yep.
which is really a corrected resolution with making the necessary change for the correct dollar amount and approving necessary signatures and taking the money from contingency. And with that, I'll start with Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, thank you all. Phew. And if I might, based on some conversation here in the hallway, Mr. Chair, I would ask you all if we could add one more item under closed session for you all to consider. And that would be A7, possible or potential litigation.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we amend the agenda to include that to close the session.
Okay.
So move, or second. Sorry.
Thank you.
Trying to move us along.
Thank you, appreciate it. On both
Yeah, we're
counts.
doing pretty good this morning.
All right, if I might, Ms. Chair, on the motion to amend the agenda to include a second item under closed session of A7, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Sorry. With that, I interrupted our flow, so we'll go back, I might, Mr. Chairman, to
11A.
11A, thank you, ma'am. New business insurance pool. As you all know, we received, this year, we actually solicited from a second organization to get a proposal for our insurance risk pool. Of course, we've been with VACORP for some time, and so then we got one from Versa as well. And while we've had some conversation about this, we have not actually taken, you all have not taken any action, and we need to do so.
Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the renewal from VACORP and require relevant signatures to be had on the document and renew our insurance with the VACORP risk pool.
Second.
Okay, on the motion to move forward with the renewal of our VACORP insurance risk pool and appropriate signatures, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We will let both folks know. And B is actually supposed to be a potential action item,
Mm-hmm.
which is naming of a shared drive.
And it's gonna be the Indian Valley District, so
Yep.
leave that up to Corinda.
I'd like to make the motion to accept approve the naming of the shared drive for tax map 3742 and 2432 to Valley Springs Drive Northwest.
Second.
Motion second, go ahead, call roll.
Okay, on the motion to name the shared drive at tax map 3742 and 2432 to Valley Springs Drive Northwest in the Indian Valley District, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes, and I'd like to add, this is one of the nicer names we've had to
Yes,
vote
it
on.
is.
It
It's
is
a very
a lovely
nice
name.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, that is approved, thank you. All right, this one is, as you all know, we've been kind of being pinged a little bit, with the start of the conversations about the legislative agenda. And so you'll see in your board packet, of course, is your current, which is what we refer to whenever I get asked any of these questions, is what your current agenda is. But in addition to that, you see that I have included kind of a write-up about what some of the conversations have been. As you know, the chairman, the vice chairman, and myself have had a call with the cabinet secretary and the deputy from VDOT, and then the Commissioner Guthrie, Senator Stanley's come by, and then we've also gone to the regional meeting. And I will tell you, at least in those, it's felt like our issues have lined up well with other localities' challenges. Those of you that are on the VACO board would know better, but it seems to be kind of across the board. And so since we just wanted to make sure that you all were still good with your longer list, and did you want to select some priorities is what we've been talking about, the right list, and then we can maybe as a cover put on, this is our whole list, but these are the things we think are of most significance at this time. And didn't want to have too many more conversations around this without hearing from all of you for your input.
I know a lot of it I agree with, but under transportation, all of them's important, but I think that we should put a big red star on the part with Camp Curry Brook to the Montgomery County line.
Okay?
And I also feel, sir, that this regional significance road is really, really important as well.
That changes the smart scale funding.
Yeah, that's basically keeping us out of smart scale. That's part of the reason David Clark said he didn't think we'd ever, any of our projects would ever apply. It was surprising that what was he? Wait a minute. What was the transportation guy's official title?
I think he was a deputy secretary.
Deputy
Yeah, the
Secretary
deputy
Mitchell.
secretary was not aware of the 50 vehicle limit per day on
No,
on
He
the
wasn't.
secondary road.
Yeah,
That
And I
surprised
was
him.
like, he said, huh? So, we specifically tried to point out, it's hard for us to get, especially in the rural areas, they're saying we have to spend this money on non-paved roads, but then they put the 50 limit on it, and that knocks a bunch of them out.
Right.
So,
DeHart Store Road is a case in point.
well, and
And all due respect to him, but if he's gonna have that position, that should have been one thing he knew about.
Yeah,
You know.
especially coming to a rural county to discuss on a
you would
team
think.
call.
And at first, I think Mr. Guthrie didn't really understand, but I think in the end, he finally did. The need for assessors to look in connection with farm land, the local subdivision or land division ordinances of that locality, and the importance of he brought up the land use program, and that's great for those that are in it today. And I'm lucky I have a son that's pretty much taken over and gonna continue it. But there's a lot of people out there that their children don't, but they hate to see the land go out of the family. And if it goes back to the full developable value, they can't afford to pay the taxes on it and it's doing nothing. And I think he finally in the end understood where we were coming from on that. And I think that should be high up on the list as well.
Best and highest, best and highest value use
Yeah, it,
clause.
and I gave him the example that was given to me of a piece of property that's on 615, has full road frontage. It was valued at $6,000 plus an acre. Had another road that was off of a discontinued road with nothing but a 20-foot right of way, and it was over 12,000 an acre. And it's both pasture lands, you know?
It's very inconsistent.
And the one off the discontinued road, even with new ordinance, I don't think it could be developed. So, you know. But that was the biggest surprise of all the conversations, that he wasn't aware of that.
But you know, that's where other counties should get the fuss on this 50 vehicle limit. Because you know, a lot of surrounding counties, it's affecting them too.
Well, I plan to bring that up at the transportation meeting.
But they
And,
increased it on main roads, right? They went from 1,000 to 1,500.
something like that. Yeah.
And then left the rural roads same. That just don't work.
And I also plan hopefully in our agriculture meeting, bringing up this about the land division ordinance. And I know you were talking about bringing some of this stuff up in your conference. So maybe if we can get VACO steered in the right direction.
Yep.
So you need a motion to approve this?
If you all are, and then if you're okay with everything that's kind of on that list, I can, if you'd like, basically just change this memo to from you all to elected officials and and organizations, you know, so send to VACO, send to
Everybody's got a voice in it.
Yeah, with the priority changes that everybody mentioned.
Yes, with moving up the Route 8 smart scale. I'm sorry, man, regional significance, 50 car limit and the assessors. Make sure they're at the top of.
And then with the EMS, I guess, almost seems like we need, it's almost like it needs, so when you say we advocated for an expansion of these funds, it's almost like that in itself should be its own bullet point.
Okay.
I feel like that gets lost in, you know, the idea of providing the grants, like make the expansion of funds its own bullet point. I think that's, and I think obviously, you know, the public school, which we've been extremely dedicated to developing, is really important too, so yeah.
Well, and there's one thing I would like to add to this list concerning federal grants, that the state agencies don't add conditions to get federal grants. You have to take loans out through the through VRS. That's specifically, but you should not, when the federal government sends these grants down, unless they have that specifically in it, the state should not add to their these grant monies, especially federal grant monies, that you're required to be able to obtain part of the grant, you have to take a loan out.
It is our friends at VRS again.
Or is this BDH?
No.
No.
Well,
Okay.
that one was the health department and
Yes.
VR,
but that was,
They won.
They
but
were
I'm saying in
together.
general,
Okay, in
period,
general, okay,
you know,
period,
period.
yeah.
gotcha.
No, don't even have to mention VRS
No,
or
no, no,
anything.
no.
Just in
I was
Just when
just,
federal dollars come down
Okay.
to
Right.
available to localities and the states administering it, do not put the requirement that the localities or any of the agencies have to take out a loan to receive part of the
The
grant money.
Okay,
That's
I like
ridiculous.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Under that human,
And there's a lady in Kane's office still jumping up and down about that.
yeah,
Yes, she
yeah,
is.
I know.
Health and Human Services Fund. I'd like to see that right to life moved up about third place
Okay,
under the crisis services and mental health crisis cases.
okay. Can do that. Well, if you all would like to approve as amended, and then if it's all right with you all, before I send anything anywhere, I'll send it to you all to
Thank you.
make sure it's reflective,
Right.
that I haven't missed anything.
If everybody's done, so moves.
Alrighty. So, got a motion?
Second?
Got a second? Any other discussion? Call it roll.
Okay, on the motion to approve both, reaffirm, if I might, the original list and also approve moving forward with the amended legislative priorities. And sending forward for cleanup, if that's all right. Is that a good motion for you, Mr. Booth? Okay,
I
All
think
right.
that's what I said.
okay, I just wanted to double check. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Tillman.
Yes.
All right, well, I will make those changes and again, send it out for proofing with y'all, but appreciate you spending the time on this. It makes it a lot easier for me if I'm asked, that I know for sure this is
And
exactly what you
send
want.
it out to all of them, whether they wanna hear it or not.
That's right, we will be happy to do that, thank you for that.
Send them the ones that's not our representative.
Sorry.
Well, we do have a couple, as you all know, that help us out that are actually not our representatives, but they feel like they are, and at least I can
Well.
speak for myself, I'm okay with them taking that position.
That fellow from Lynchburg too, he's
Yep.
on our side too.
Yes,
He's the one you and I talked to up there with that lady from Tim's.
Yep.
okay.
So we got some carryover requests.
Yeah.
Not many.
You have done an excellent job of sharing your views with all the departments, and I think they really have heard what you've said, and so that's made our lives a lot easier, so I appreciate that.
So the only, I do wanna say the only, I received one from the school, and I'm not sure how this would affect it in its entirety, but I haven't completed a 100% review of the request. So that does not reflect here. I can forward that to you guys so you can see it. I didn't add it because it wasn't part of the original, but if you would allow, and then the only other thing is, you heard Sheriff Craig regarding the $1,700 that
He can move that.
He can move that every week.
within his
That
fiscal year
wherever he wants.
26 budget, is
Yeah.
that what you're saying? Okay, cause he mentioned carryover because
Yeah,
of
he did,
a salary, that's why.
cause it was her salary that he
Salary
has to
savings,
carry
yes.
over.
So we need to approve his carryover request.
Well, we don't really
Well, he
have
didn't-
it,
We haven't got the request, he
No.
was just talking about doing that.
Okay,
so I guess
We can do it in the school, address it at the same
at a
time.
later
yeah,
date.
so I just wanted, so if we can address this way we can start moving forward, you know, with what we have to do. And then I can email you if it becomes a time, the only thing is there might be a time crunch that we have to enter the budget with everything going on. Cause you have to close out 24 with the
25,
auditors,
24, right.
We-
So my feeling is, I don't I don't need to see the schools until you've done your proper
Right.
due
Okay.
diligence and research. That's what you do, and then you present this to us,
Okay,
as you have here. Same thing with Brian's, I mean, it should come through the proper channels. Like Jerry told him, it's okay for you to move what you wanna move, how you wanna move it.
mhm.
But yes, that is carryover and it will have to be accounted for. But yeah, I don't wanna see anything until you've done your research, so you know how to present it to us and what we need to do with it to make our informed decision.
It would be more comfortable for me to be able to.
Okay.
Explain something to me at the risk of sounding like a dummy. Which is easy for me to do, but, there's actually not but 2 carryovers, right?
Well,
There's
four.
That would be maintenance and, volunteer fire, cause the top two's got minuses in front of them.
Well, that's because it's already there, right? EDAs?
I thought that would be over.
Yeah, no, let me make sure I'm looking at, let me find it on mine.
I mean, I just noticed the minuses, I
EDA.
thought they was in the hole that much.
Oh, you know,
EDA.
that's just that's a formatting, that's my formatting issue, that shouldn't be a negative, it was kind of like a dash,
Okay, see,
two
it's easy
separate, so it's an
confused
edit.
though, yeah.
so it wasn't you, that was good. Actually,
Maybe a little bullet.
Same thing,
Yeah,
but
A little
I'll-
dot.
I'll change it from a dash to a bullet.
Yeah, dot.
There you go.
Yeah, the EDA, they already had contracted in fiscal year 25 for projects that are not complete, so they're looking for that. The registrar, it was just a munis snafu.
Yep.
And the volunteer, he wanted me to present it, it's, he's always does his due diligence.
Yes, he does.
But that's from fire and aids to locality, so that's kind of an automatic. And then, again, these don't include what you guys have, presented in the past, the grants and, that will be, but those should mostly already represent in the fiscal year 26 budget.
On the fire department.
Uh-huh.
Department of Fire Programs Aid to Localities Grant, was that state or federal?
That's a state
State.
grant.
Yeah, that's a
Alright.
state.
State,
And there's no requirement that if those funds aren't,
we've done it last 3 years, I know.
okay. I just want to double check.
No, that's good.
I didn't want to carry something over that was supposed to go back.
Go back.
You understand?
Yeah, I do.
No, I don't have a problem with them.
Yeah, it's been clarified, I know.
And I'm sorry for the confusion on the formatting.
Well, yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, if you're ready, sir, I'll make a motion that we approve the county's carryover requests as presented in our packet.
Second. Okay, on the motion to approve the county carryover request for FY 25, FY 26 as presented. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Sherman.
Yes.
Thank you. It's approved.
Thank you.
All right.
As you all know, you approve your budget, but then you have to actually appropriate it.
Yep.
And so you approved your budget timely, so now we're asking you to come back and approve the appropriation.
I got a question. The previous actions we've taken that has changed contingency,
Mhm.
does that number need to change in this document, or are we okay the way
We're
it,
okay.
we're okay the way it is? Okay. Because the overall hasn't changed.
Correct.
Right.
The bottom, no, yep, you are
I
correct.
just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page.
This is the last step we need from you.
Mr. Chairman, motion Authorized signature.
Second.
Thank you. On the move, the fiscal year 2026 budget resolution of appropriation and appropriate signatures. Mr. Booth,
Yep.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes?
Mr. Cox.
Yes.
And you know, people get mad at me. $37 million.
Hmm.
It's just went up 15 million over 14 years.
Just,
Yeah, but I mean,
just if they.
yeah, just, but I mean, that to me is for
Thank you.
what we've accomplished. It's not really that big of
No, it's
a
not.
jump. Wish we ain't talking trillions.
Yeah.
So
Can we take 5 minutes before we
that's what you
move to
took
the
the
next
words right
one?
out of my mouth. I was gonna say before we go into closed session, just take about a 5-minute break.
No. I just need to stand up for a second.
Want a break?
Yes.
I need to. Live. So we'll be back in session, and now I'll take a motion to go into closed session or 2.23711A1 and A7.
So moved?
Okay.
Second.
Timer delayed us.
Yeah, there was a tape delay.
On the motion to go into closed session under 2.23711A1, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body. And that specifically relates to DSS board appointment interviews. And 2.23711A7, and that particularly has to do, let's see, let me pull it up here. Consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. And with that, Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Okay, we will go into.
Moved.
Second.
Now I take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, on the motion to come out of closed session, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
excuse me, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes,
All right,
and I take a motion certifying that we only discuss those things we're in closed
So
sessions for.
moved.
Second.
We keeping it rolling.
all
I
right,
smell
on the.
food.
I have to put a special earwick in. On the motion to certify that we only talked in closed session about the things that we said we were gonna talk about in closed session, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
No.
No. Mr. Cox
Yes.
and, Mr. Chairman.
I so certify.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So y'all wanna do the appointment before we take a break?
Well, or if you wouldn't mind, do the appointment, and all you got left is hearing from me for a few minutes and your board time. So if you wanna,
That's fine.
however you'd like to do it.
Well,
I
he
got
knows he wants no food.
But I can be quick, cause yours is all written up already.
You wanna?
So
What's up there?
I'll take a motion, if anybody wants to, on the, filling the position on the Floyd County Social Services Board representing Indian Valley.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Patty Quisenberry to the board as recommended.
Second.
On the motion to appoint Patty Quisenberry to the Floyd County Social Services Board representing the Indian Valley District for a 4-year term, starting on August 1, 2025, continuing through July 31st of 2029. Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
excuse me, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
Okay, thank you all. So board time and me, and then
Anybody
what
got
you got.
anything on board time?
Just got one thing. Want to thank everybody that had to do with the 4th of July celebration. I've heard nothing but compliments all across the board.
Yep, that's what I've heard, which is
Same.
unusual.
Yeah. Same.
we will pass that along. Thank you very much. They work very, very hard.
Yeah, I thought the fireworks display was one of the best ones I've seen for a long time.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and everything looked like it went really nice, and I heard a lot of folks talking about that. You know, City of Radford's was one of the worst ones they've seen in a long time.
Really? Well,
And that's unusual.
yeah.
Well,
That's
And
cause
I thought our
They got
folks done a
money
really good
they
job.
have money problems, yeah.
Yeah.
I was down in North Carolina, otherwise I would have been at the celebration, although their neighborhood somehow gets together.
Yeah.
It's quite a show in the backyard.
I sit on my front porch with some ours. I can't see them because of the trees, but I hear a lot of the booms.
Yeah, yeah, but it sounded like.
Especially about midnight, you know, boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom.
I also saw the pictures that one of the photographers took, and just the smiles on the kids' faces and everybody. It was really, really good.
Well, from the pictures I seen, it was a real good setup altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had quite a few more vendors. There were 17 vendors and 4 bouncy houses, and so it
Yeah.
was pretty interesting to watch. I went up when everybody was starting to pull in for
There
a
was
while.
more stuff for the young people this time than we've ever had before.
Yeah.
And that's good.
Absolutely.
And I think the later start time than last year was a good choice too. That was just too long. So, but appreciate the compliments, sir. We'll pass it along from all of you.
Yep.
So, unless you all have other things, I can just move on to my report and then be done. So you have a written report in here, from me. Didn't put as many graphics in this time, so it's a little bit shorter, but still. And covers all the things that are on the list here, so, I'll just go through some of the highlights, related to y'all. So again, we had 17 vendors, and we had a total of 8 folks out there working. So it was Jacob and Christian, but we also had some of the folks that help us out a little bit part-time out there, and the ACE students. I really appreciate the effort to get those extra ACE students out. We kinda,
Excellent, that's a great way to,
yeah, and
Earn
it
their
made them
time.
feel good. They
Yeah.
were all very happy when I was out there, and they got shirts, so they liked it. So there you go. On the radio tower, we continue to kind of move forward. So we've gotten the title search work done. I think I mentioned that to you before about the site. And now we're waiting on confirmation of insurance. We checked again yesterday, so they're gonna follow up again to double check, but so they have no concerns at all about that. And that, so once we get that taken care of, then Steve can go ahead and get us the paperwork to finalize the check location, because we have a signed agreement already. Then things have started to move also in the Slatemont area. And so Mark and myself and Kevin, who is back, we'll be meeting Procom out there and some of the folks who are in charge of the HOA on Friday morning. And so we are hopeful that we'll be able to work out something with them. They've been very helpful, and feel that it's really important that first responders have a way to communicate when they're in their area. So for the most part, they see it as very positive. And so now we're just trying to also figure out, of course, they have to make a final decision, but figure out exactly how we're gonna get a tower in out there, because that'll be a little challenging. But so hopefully we'll have good news after Friday. Audit update, poor Kim, still drowning in audit stuff. Ann was here even yesterday. And so for, I think, at least the 4th time that Kim's mentioned to me, she felt like she had given them everything they wanted, and then they said, but this 1 more, 2 more, 3 more things. So hopefully we're really, really close. But the process has already started for the FY25 audit. I've already gotten my first stuff about checklists that I have to go through, and Kim's gotten many things. I think she got 10 notices this morning already. Yes,
She
please.
just emailed, and so it wraps it up.
Yeah,
Because I
please.
think this will answer another question. She just emailed, it's in the last of the administration, and she stated she would have a draft by the end of this week, final draft.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and thank you. That does get to the next one. So appreciate that, Kim. Of course, you know, one of the things that we have to do is submit our audit to DEQ.
Right.
And the reason we have to give it to DEQ is because they actually keep a comprehensive insurance policy for all of these different landfills. And so they have to do their due diligence to make sure we're doing our job. And so Kim and I had a conversation with them earlier, told them we would submit what we got on the 27th, which we did. And I sent that to them, and I heard back from them actually this morning that they are in receipt of what we have, and they look forward to the rest kind of thing. So we'll see what happens going forward. Hopefully, it won't be an issue, but wanted to loop you in on that. Gardner Road, we continue, yes, sir?
Can I back on it?
Yeah.
Can we sometime, it's been a while since he's done it, could we sometime get Billy on the agenda to come back and just,
It's been 2
mean,
years.
just update us on where we're at on some of the testing and
Okay.
just general, just to keep us up to speed?
Yes. Yeah, generally things have been going actually pretty well, but I would love for him to come and tell you that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I'm sure, and I mean, I think all of you have resolved yourself to this. Nobody thinks that we're gonna be out from underneath this
Don't hold my
in
breath.
any of our lifetimes, but.
probably not.
But maybe get him, if it's all right, get him back on
Absolutely.
and let him just kinda go over where we're at and
Yeah.
anything he thinks needs our attention, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Just-
We'll put it on the
Yep.
list right here, okay. Thank you for that. Of course, as I mentioned, I actually have a FOIA request now related to Garner Road. I don't actually have much to produce, so I'll write them back today and say that because most of my communication has been phone calls, but wanna let you know that situation kind of continues. Moving on, meeting with Senator Stanley. Kim started out and then she chatted with them a little bit and then I joined in and anyway, we had a good conversation with him and his staff, and David Whitaker also came up for that and talked about a number of things, many of the things you saw on that legislative priorities list that we already discussed. There was lots and lots of conversation, driven a lot by the senator about APCO and cost, and that is apparently a hot button for him. So they continue to want to hear from us about any concerns. So if you all know of outages and things that you would like to alert them of from your districts, please, I think he would say, please feel free to share those at any time.
Yeah, last 2 Mondays,
Okay.
out my way, outages. Monday, no storms, no nothing.
Just
Thing about it is, there's many trees that's been damaged, but at a ice
Agreed.
storm, there's a little bit of a breeze.
Yep,
brings
that's
trees
true.
down.
Mm-hmm,
So,
yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah. The other issue that was kind of a hot button with him, we talked a lot about transportation, because obviously that's one of your highest priorities. But he also wanted to talk a lot about EMS.
Good.
And so we
That's what I
did
wanna
talk
hear.
about that. He did suggested that there might be some leadership interest in addressing EMS, so I wanted to make sure
You got it.
all heard that, and I told him that VACO had done a survey of all of us, and so there's some information available there. And he asked that Dustin and I get together and come up with some items to maybe put in legislation related to EMS, other than just money.
Yeah.
So Dustin and I have talked a little bit about some of those things, and we'll put some things together, run it by you, and then send it on. Related to EMS, Dustin and I wrote an application for the VACO Annual Achievement Awards. And pretty much that was, thank you, Mr. Booth, for the suggestion. That was a good idea. And kind of went through as if we were going to offer some thoughts to other communities about what we've learned in this process and what they could maybe consider doing themselves to start addressing some of the challenges we all have. And so that was in there. Dr. Patterson wrote a letter of support. We got letters from 2 of our current staff who had left Floyd County, gone elsewhere, and have come back. And them talking about the kind of the new structure, Dr. Patterson, all the training is part of why they've come back. And then
We like to hear.
yeah, and then a good letter from one of the children, parents of one of the children who went through the cadet program, and how excited they are, and that they fully expect that their child will become a member of EMS. So that was exciting. Didn't highlight this, I need to fix that. So turf tank, Jacob's only emailed me 3 times this morning about making sure I say something about this. And you will see a letter in your correspondence from the new athletic director, Tim Cromer, about a turf tank option. Not asking you for any decisions right now, because we don't have all the ducks in a row for you all to consider. But the high school is looking at purchasing, long-term leasing, something called a turf tank, which basically is a very cool little robot that you program with GPS coordinates, and it marks lines on the field. It takes substantially less paint, and so that's one of the, they would like to know if we would like to, if you all would like to split the cost of that with them, and if we do, then they would get the slightly better one, and it would cost both of us about $5,500. But this is not a request for money at this time, because I don't have an answer from Dr. Cromer yet about is she on board with this. But there is a letter from the athletic director that's in your correspondence.
If I might, I have some questions about this, cause I did some research on this turf tank.
Mhm.
And it looks like the fancy one that letters itself and does the GPS coordinates is about $60,000. So if we need to do some logistics about how it would be transported between schools for lining different fields and.
It's not that one,
It's not
that's
the
like
60.
the one that,
Okay.
so they, to your point, ma'am, so they do have a range that starts at about $8,000, does go up to around 60. That's the one that's used by, like, say, Duke uses one of the Tennessee schools use it. And so this would be one step up from the bottom. And so, but it's the one that would be able to do soccer and football, but won't do the fancy designs and all of that.
But it'll still need a person behind it to run it.
No, it will not, but I have informed Jacob that if this comes to be, at no time is that supposed to be running without a member of our staff with eyes on it, because if somebody took the home base out of the field, surely they would take something as cool as this. So he understands that, and so I've got some pictures and things to send you all, but wanted to share that with you.
I just wanna make sure that we have the equipment to move it between fields, the appropriate trailer and truck to haul it and everything
Yeah.
else before an investment.
It's actually, I went out and saw the demo, it is pretty, the one that we were looking at, some of the others might be bigger, ma'am, to your point, is probably about this big, that big. So, anyway, so the schools are gonna go ahead and purchase something. They would like to get the slightly better one and split it with us, recognizing that we also line up the elementary school fields. So, moving on from that, Blue Ridge Rising. I'll be going, and if Ladina can get out and go, she might go some, but, Blue Ridge Rising, of course, is the Blue Ridge Parkway Foundation event.
Yeah, it is.
Mhm.
Is this the one that coming up?
This week, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure you could still register. It starts actually today, this afternoon, and runs through Thursday morning, so I'm planning to go tomorrow.
I won't be able to this time. I will the next time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and we wanted to make sure we had, I'm sure John Beckenhill will be there. We wanted to
Oh,
make
yeah.
sure we had a presence there because of course this is the organization that wrote the grant to get the money for redoing, fixing the mill.
Yeah.
So, had some unexpected good news from All Saints Church. As you all know, we've been trying to convince them that they really want us to help us with the green box or a convenience location center there, and they're still, we're to the point now they need to go to the Richmond office to see about it. So, but in these
Well, they had to do that in the
conversations,
first place, but go on.
but since we've been in communication with them a lot, they, part of the space there, they're gonna do a new pavilion, which eventually be closed in. And they wanted to talk to Mark and Kevin and I about perhaps they could plan it in a way that they could offer it as for emergency situations to the community. And wanna know what those rules would be, so really appreciate them reaching out. We're starting to work on the job postings and positions for those 2 additional positions you approved. So wanna let you know about, we didn't forget about that, and I actually talked to Brian about it a little bit in the hall. And then finally, the festival update, Kevin and I will be leaving here in about 17 minutes to head up to Floyd Fest. This will be kind of the big sign-off meeting, last rounds of making sure everything is set the way it's supposed to be. Most of the changes are pretty minimal to the previous year. The location of the communication center's changed, some of those kind of things. They've done some improvements to stair step the land a little bit, some of those kind of things. But generally, the processes are essentially the same. So wanted everyone to be aware of that, and we will continue to have EMS coverage out there, but we will continue to have the same level of service in the rest of the county. And Floyd Fest will be reimbursing the county for the cost of the additional folks that are coming on, and then of course they have their own agreement with the sheriff's office. So with that, I mentioned Kevin is back. He's supposed to be intermittent, although he's not been intermittent for a day and a half now. So we'll see, and Mark's gonna take a couple of days off towards the end of the month. And we continue to have folks that are trying to get all their certifications and things, so wanted to let you know about that. That's the end of my list. Unless you had something else.
Ready.
Any questions, give me a call,
We can
and thank you
adjourn
for the
it.
research on the turf tank.
So we can adjourn to our next recall.
Workshop. Quit that workshop.
So I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
A motion to adjourn, Mr. Booth.
Yes.
Let's kick him.
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner.
Yes.
Okay, you adjourned.